Okay, we are about to go racing for Heat 2, Junior Road Tax and Junior Road Tax Rookie. Lieke van Berkel on the front row alongside Trent van Melk. Matthias Verreken, Jur Drent, Devon Meter, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Lina Munguia, Niki Naruhito Tomasi, Justin Fonk and Didi Dadala on the top 10 as the revs start to rise. We are lights on and we are racing. Down into turns 1, 2 and 3. Van Berkel takes the advantage as it's 2x2 Noah's Ark style from around about 6th place back as Matthias Verreken gets through as all there's carnage. One gets spat off right, one gets spun around and everyone manages to avoid the bedlam at turn 4. But once again, the juniors just showing that they are all very competitive. I can understand that completely, but on the first lap, you cannot win the race. You can, however, end up with dramas coming your way, and that's exactly what we're seeing as the first big belt of sunshine has hit the FInal variation here of Circuit Park Berghem. Van Berkel leads Verreken by just over a 1/10.5, and Devrim Yater has gone with. And the gap between Yater and Trent van Melk in 4th position is just over 1.8 seconds at this time. Matthias Verreken, one of the privateers, running with Dad Davey as his mechanic and confidant. The old lad and dad. It's one of the things I love about grassroots karting, is you get some drivers like Matthias Verreken and his father unable to join some of the big teams, but having that know-how, that passion, that motivation to go for broke. And in many respects, it just goes to show that these drivers, no matter what age they are, I mean, obviously, Lieke van Berkel speaking to Jen Wade a little bit earlier on and saying that she's been karting now for 7 years, now 15. It just goes to show that there is a lot still to come from these young drivers. For those watching now on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel, apologies. We've had a bit of a drama from a technical perspective. Some of the live stream was not taking place, mainly because of the fact that we have got now a new live stream up and running on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel. Mainly because of the fact there was a slight power cut here and it took out the internet for the stream, and then we've managed to get things back up and running, it looks like. So thank you so much for those that have rejoined us. So this is part 2 of the stream here at Circuit Park Berghem. So a big thank you to everyone that has been watching along with us. So the battle's still going on in the meantime. But please bear with us. We are currently also recording the coverage live here. So we've got 5 minutes and 56 seconds left to go. And Van Berkel still holds on to the race lead at this moment in time. So now it's about how much she can now try and expand that gap. We did see that earlier on today. So at the minute, a lot of other drivers have had their dramas in this second race of the weekend. And Lieke van Berkel getting the lead back off of Matthias Verreken. So it is a bit of a pendulum swing here and there. But Van Berkel being able to defend her position at the front end of the field. But Berghem trying to do what he can to get past. Yater is there. Tren van Melk has slowly but surely closed on in the meantime. And they have been line astern for the last few laps. The gap between the top three drivers was just over 0.2 of a second. Tren van Melk now makes it a 4-horse race at the front of the field. Van Melk goes for the move. Oh, that was neat and tidy by the 218. Getting through on Devrim Yater. Now, Drent. Justin Fonk, who had a disastrous opening heat and did not make it past the end of lap 1. Now up into 6th position. And then you've got the likes of Dimitar Lazarov, Connor Halfer, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, and Julian Dumas, who's now up 5 places and is running in 10th. Other big movers, Jent Thimunen from 19th, now runs 12th. Sasha Al-Jabrail up from 21st, now runs 16th. Just under 3 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. And still, these drivers are pushing 10 tenths and beyond. But still, this stalemate at the beginning, at the sharp end of this field, has remained. Well, I can't really decide who's going to end up winning this race because it's a bit too tight to call. But you would say that with the performance so far, it has been the case that Lieke van Berkel from SP Motorsport has been the driver that has taken the most of this opportunity. And she is sticking with it at the moment. So, we have just over 1 minute and 10 left remaining on the timer for this second and final heat of round 4 for Junior Rotax. I can't call it. I don't think anyone else can, because it is that close. When you think about it, Matthias Berghem finished P4 in the previous race. Van Melk, 2 solid third-place finishes. And this will more than likely, with 2 straight wins on the bounce in the heats, it is going to be Lieke van Berkel that is going to take a very good advantage heading into the final a little bit later on, as she will put it on pole position. Tren van Melk was looking to get through, and there is Connor Halfer battling with Dimitar Lazarov, it looks like, in the 296. Justin Fonk is away and clear. And Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Actually, yeah, you've got Olivier Mazurkiewicz and the likes of Connor Halfer battling away, but we are down to 0 on the timer. Last lap underway. Van Berkel leads as Joshua Lauritsen has retired from the race with 3 laps to go. Unfortunately, on lap 11 for the 265 from Belgium, the race is done and dusted. What are you doing, Matthias Berghem? Stop taking your right hand off of the steering wheel. Are you trying to wave to Lieke van Berkel saying, Cooey, remember me, I'm still behind you? Now through into the final few corners of this racetrack, Van Berkel has done exactly what she needed to do, and it's at the halfway point of the season. One more corner. Lieke Van Berkel has done the double here at Berghem in the heats. Wins it by just under a quarter of a second. Tren van Melk rounds out your top three. Matthias Verreken a solid fourth and a solid second place finish in both heats will put him on road two quite easily. Devrim Yater, P4. Jurd Rent, Justin Fonk, Dimitar Lazarov, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Connor Halfer, Pele Van Echtel, Julian Dummer, Lionel Munguia, Jens Thimun and Didit Adali, Milano Shiphorst, Leon Herbos, Tygo Holthausen, James Van der Poel, Sasha Algebrail and Yarakivitz Bosch round out your top 20. Kai Abelera from the land of the Stars and Stripes rounds out 21st ahead of Jesse Andringa, Aidan Beekman, Sebastian Vogten and Nikki Naruhito Tomase down in 25th. Joshua Lorison out with 2 laps to go.
Okay, if you stand here. Yep.
Sure.
So you won the third round, huh?
Yeah, the second round.
Now, Tren, not so easy, but of course you're our championship leader at the moment.
Yeah.
Tell us about the race. How's it going today?
Pretty good. It's a bit bad that I start on the outside, that I lose like 2 positions every start. I was like, that group was like gone for me in the beginning, but then I started battling and I felt like, wait, I could catch them. So I catch them, but I couldn't pass them because and they weren't battling, and we all had the same speed. So yeah.
Well, that's the difficulty when you've all got the same speed. Now, of course, you've won the second round of the UKS. What about the circuits? Any favourites? Of course, next we're going to go to Germany, to Kerpen. Yeah. We started off in Genk in March. So any favourites on the list for you, or are you okay, quite confident with all of them?
My favourite track is not necessarily on the UKS list, but if I had to choose one, I think my top 3 is Kerpen, tied for Genk and Maribou, and here.
Yeah. Okay, so Kerpen, if that's going to be your favourite on the list, you can look forward to that. But for now, you've still got the final today, don't you?
Yeah, it's I'm a little nervous, to be honest.
Okay, don't be nervous. Relax now. You've got a little bit of time. And thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. But I know you'll keep pushing. Maybe we see you on the top step of the podium this afternoon.
Yeah, my main goal is to become champion and go to the grand finals.
Of course, that's what we want. We want to see you there in Portimao for the grand finals. And of course, 13 tickets up for grabs in this series. So with Belgium and with the Netherlands. Yeah. So it's going to be tough, huh?
Yeah. My main rival is 30 points behind me, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so
At the
It's,
moment?
yeah. I think the grand finals is pretty close now.
Okay, he's already got his sights set on the grand finals. Thank you so much, Tren, and we're going to let you go because I know you probably want to take your helmet off.
Yeah,
Have a drink. It's a bit hot. Okay, so we'll go back to Alex for now, and we'll head over to the grid. Thank you, Tren.
Thank you very much, Jen Wade, speaking with Tren van Malik, finishing P3 in what was a very hotly contested second heat for the juniors. We now go to the halfway point of the second batch of heats. Now, there have been, there have been some front bumper penalties that will be applied post-race, one of which will be to kart 257, Sebastian Vogten, and kart 216. Oh, Olivier Mazurkiewicz finishing in P8. Okay. Oh, right. Official warning for kart 2. DD2 got an official warning for leaving the kart before the front fairing was checked. Oh dear. That is a big, big no-no. The driver should stick with the kart. There you see picture in picture. Of course, those, thank you for rejoining us on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel for part 2 of the official broadcast. Apologies for the earlier inconvenience. And right, okay. Oh, and it's just gotten worse. DD2 has just been hit with a 5-second penalty. Third official warning. Eek. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Right. So that just goes to show if there are official warnings. Yeah, so basically jumped off the kart early. Weighing for all competitors is fine. So that is all well said and done. So we are waiting. And there is from our drone shots, the dummy grid for 30 plus drivers. For senior road tax. And in the previous heat, well, Luke Neeson took the win, but let's get ready to go racing for Heat 2. So it is going to be Lars Lambers and Vince van der Holle back again on the front row of the grid. Boris Verhagen, Luke Neeson, row 2. Kaz Boshouse and Max Sidursky, row number 3. Thijs van Wijk and Flynn Fitters, row 4. Bran van der Beken and Mick Vandenhout round out the top 10. Thomas Verheyen and Ruben Verheyen, the all-brotherly row number 6 once again. Jurval Canals will be joined by Jon Jenli Bremer. Benjamin Van Hees and Sverre Ubben, row 8. Priam Lelang and Mitch Heinert, row 9. Jay Zurvald and Boris Maximov, row 10, completing the top 20. Completing the 32 strong are Felipe Falk, Vic van Kampenhout, Raymer van Beek, Rein van der Meer, Martin Herrera, Bo Alrichs, Niels Verkooyen, Nick Sudan, Olivier Lemmens, Sepp Terhorst, Julian van Bossum, and Kyle Hulmans. Right, okay, thanks to Pim Kart Coaching Nederland. Yeah, apologies for that with regards to streaming earlier, but we have managed to resurrect it. Big thank you to Steffi from Camp Company being able to troubleshoot. Right, that Jay Zurveld's radiator and spark plug had been taken out by one of the drivers that got out of control. Approaching turn 4, Jay was in wrong place at the wrong time. Let's see what Heat 2 brings. Good afternoon, Patrick Verbist, always on cue when Bran van der Weken is about to start. So, right, new track record for Senior Max by Bran van der Weken in the last race, 44.044. Official warning to Vic van Kampenhout for driving behaviour. Kart 393 That was Vreemde van Beek, got a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. And then I'm just going to list off the numbers. 308, 310, 327, 333, 347, 354, 363, 378 and 381 all got a 5-second front bumper penalty. Okay. Let's see what happens here, shall we, in heat number 2. Because it is Lambers and Van der Holle. An all Belgian Bouvin power. Front row, lights are out. And we're underway. Boris Verhagen looks to have been left a little bit in the dust, so to speak, as we head in. Oh no! And that was right in front of, I think, maybe Casbah's house. I'm not sure. And there's been a 3-car pile-up on the entrance. I think Olivier Lemons has ended up in. Well, Olivier Lemons has not had the greatest run of luck at all this weekend. Out on lap 4. He's out on the opening lap. Oh dear. It seems like some people get hit by the red mist and then all of a sudden all strategy goes out of the window. But it is Lars Lambers leading the way. Vince van der Holle in second. So yeah, Olivier Lemons was a non-starter. So I would say, okay, let's have a look who's dropped. Flynn Fitters was the one that was dropped. I think there might have been a little bit of a checkup and maybe someone had nowhere to go. But oh dear, into turn 5. It's nearly 3 wide. Sadursky was trying to get through in the 397. Maybe even Casbah's house might want to stick his elbows out once or twice because there has been a change. New driver in P3. That is an SB Motorsport driver, I might add. But again, it is going to be Casbah's house. Max Sadursky a little bit further back and is currently P7. Boris Verhagen has dropped 9 places down to 12th. Who else has dropped? Flynn Fitters was the one that got spun. And he's ended up down in 26 ahead of Karl Hulmans. As looks like Felipe Falk is trying to battle away with Rein van der Meer possibly throughout of turns 5 and 6. But again, it's one, all it takes is one maneuver. And that can be all the difference between one driver winning the race and one driver having an absolute nightmare. Change for the lead. Change for the lead. Neeson through on Lambers. There is Boshouse in P3. Vince van der Holle trying to go the long way round. That'll never work at turn 5. Now, into turn 9, go the top quintet, the top 5. Last time around, they were rounded out by Ruben Verheyen. It's not going to be the case now because there is Thijs van Wijk. Max Sadursky will be up to 6th. Mick van den Hout now up to P7. Ruben Verheyen drops down into 8th, head of Bram van der Weken. Change for P2. Casbah's house has made a move. And it was quite a nice and clean one. Well played to Casbah's house in the 363. But all 31 starters, it's getting nearly a little bit Noah's Ark style coming out of turn 6. And it's more towards the back end of the field. Oh, and I did see a 3-wide moment there. Oh, dear. Oh, right, Van Wijk's gone off the track. Sadursky to the inside. And there goes the 345. Hello, Vince van der Holle. It's like, yoo-hoo, cooey, bang, straight in, up the inside. And I didn't, oh no! And there's a spin. 348. Ruben Verheyen as, oh dear, Max Sadursky trying to get through. And that was on Vince van der Holle. He got it all crossed up, and then all of a sudden, Mick van den Hout said, hey, remember me? And Swiderski, well, he just made a little bit of a mistake. And all of a sudden, Mick van den Hout went right. I can't believe this. Like, I know we've got 31 seniors, and I am going to put it politely that sometimes I think I said it earlier, you can't win the race on lap 1, but you can make your race a heck of a lot better if you don't go for audacious round the outside manoeuvres because you're desperate to get up the order. There is time in the race for everybody to try and plan out their strategy. But sometimes when the drivers are informed by their mechanics or by the team boss saying, look, this is the plan, and then the minute they slam that visor down, well, as soon as somebody else has something to say about what their strategy is, the plan goes out the window and it gets thrown under the bridge like water. But the top two are starting to pull away. Neeson on course for potentially a double race win when everyone else was having their elbows out and going with the old argy-bargy. And, Ruben Verheyen has tumbled down to 30th position ahead of Sepp Terhorst. So have we got, I think we've got our next two drivers. Yeah, we've got a yellow flag out on the circuit. And blue flags are being waved on the start-finish straight. So there's a couple of drivers that have been informed, right? And now, if you get the blue flag with the red cross on it, that means your race will be over. However, again, there is just so much elbows out antics at the minute. It is, as always, senior road tax is one of those classes that no matter who you put on the grid, the elbows start to veer out the minute the lights go out and we go. Oh, look at the conga line going into turn 10. Oh, we've got a big cork in the bottle right there, and I'm wondering who that is. Not Benjamin Van Hees. Not Thomas Verheyen. Who is it? I think it might be Jorn Jelle-Bremer. Right. Kart 347. Jorn Jelle-Bremer gets a 3-second post-race penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Basically, that means you've hit somebody's back end and put them out of the race. But still, 1 minute and 30 to go. Ruben Verheyen out, I'm afraid. So that brings us down to 30 runners and riders. Bo Ulrich up 10 places. Boris Maximov now up 1 place away from the top 10. Now there's another kart that's just got a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. That is kart number 304, Sepp Terhorst. But we are on to what's going to be the... Oh, right. There has been a drama. There is one. Oh, no. Jorn Jelle-Bremer and Boris Maximov are out. And I can understand the frustration after a difficult qualifying for Boris Maximov and Jorn Jelle-Bremer. And he have come to blows, and both of them are out of the race. Brings us down to 27 runners and riders. Yellow flags. And here we go again. It's going to be last lap. Yellow flags at turn 1 briefly. Last lap underway. Lars Lambers. He's got Vince van der Halle and right on his case. And the move into... Oh, dear. We've got a 2-kart incident off of turn 1. And the top 5 went through at full speed. No one overtook, thank goodness. Because otherwise, someone would have got a slam dunk penalty And that is Jur Valkenars and Thijs van Wijk, I believe, that went off. Lars Lambers holding on. Vince van der Halle pushing his Belgian Bouvin Power teammate around the track. And if something happens in the next couple of corners, Luke Neeson could get the double. Out through turn 10. It's a scrap and a half. Through the final corner, it's going to be Lars Lambers. Lambers wins it by a whisker. But the dust has settled after a pretty, let's put it this way, over-exuberant senior heat 2. Lars Lambers takes the win ahead of Vince van der Halle with Luke Neeson rounding out your top 3. Max Swiderski, 4th. Mick van den Hout rounds out the top 5. Boris Verhaag, Bram van der Weken, Benjamin van Hees, Thomas Verheyen and Sverre Ubben round out the top 10. Kaz Boshaus, Felipe Falk, Flynn Fitters, Priam Lilang, Bo Alris rounding out the top 15. Jay Zurveld, Mitch Haynert, Vic van Kampenhout, Martin Herrera and Carl Hulmans round out the top 20. Raymer van Beek, Niels Verkooyen, Nick Soudan, Rein van der Meer, Julian van Bossem and Sepp Terhorst round out the 26 finishers. Those that didn't finish, Jur Valkenars and Thijs van Wijk with 2 laps to go. Jorn Jelle Bremer and Boris Maximov, 3 laps to go. Ruben Verheyen out on lap 8. And the ambulance is onto the circuit. So the ambulance is now heading to turn 2, which looks like we have a potential delay on our hands. So medical team is on site at the moment. So please bear with us, as we do have DD2 and DD2 Masters. But we might, hopefully, if she's down there, might be heading to Jen Wade very, very soon if she's got someone to speak to. So medical team on the circuit, which means we cannot release DD2 and DD2 Masters for the next few moments, but we'll be back with you for their final heat very shortly. Right, for those that are watching along on the Chrono Karting YouTube channel, the timetable information is in the description. So we will be running slightly behind schedule. The reason being, not too sure who the ambulance would have been for, but it would have been one of the two drivers that unfortunately ended up in the incident going through the last couple of through the final couple of laps. So hopefully that individual is feeling a little bit better, albeit being a little bit shaken up, let's say. But a big thank you to everyone that has continued to watch along with us. We thank you for your company. Here at Circuit Park Berghem, the Eurofinal layout of the circuit itself, which has been the host of the Grand Prix of the Netherlands back in the early 1990s, and continues to, once again, help us promote karting, one of the greatest sports in the world. And it doesn't matter what age you are, age is nothing but a number. Green flag waves for the final Rotax-powered heat of round 4. Let's take you through the starting order of heat number 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Scott Westhovens and Pepin Rietman will line up on the front row of the grid, and they'll be joined by Derek Van Kurt and Gwen Bloxhill for DNA Racing on row number 2. Row 3, Jim Ringelberg and Walt Kirstens. Row 4, Ralph van der Pavet, Mr. Mulletman himself. He'll be joined by Axel Hoos on row 4. Owen Montfort and Julian Klosman round out the top 10. Then it's Mike van Maastricht, Vincent van Kerkhoff, Jori Klebo, Hugo Klebots, Kai van der Werf, Christoph Adams, Dmitry Ostrovsky, Karl Klebo, Imke Arts, Jesse Spans, Torn van Weert, Bennett Demler. More than likely, the man from FM Racing will be a non-starter in this particular encounter. So the drivers now go onto their official formation lap, ahead of 9 minutes plus an additional lap of racing, and then we'll head onto the last 2 heats before we go into the finals. So Bennett Demler once again confirmed as a non-starter in this one. But let's see how things transpire. Heat 1, Pepin Rietman won the race. Jim Ringelberg won DD2 Masters. Several other drivers did also. Well, Kart 511, Karl Klebot has had a 5-second time penalty. Jim Ringelberg set the new track record for DD2 Masters of the 44.216. But even with his 5-second time penalty post-race, it still kept him in the win for DD2 Masters. Right. Come on, you lots, get yourselves into some semblance of order. We don't have all day. Very tight schedule here. But after the next 2 races, we'll have 14 completed. There is the paddock in the background. A lot of people have made their way to this part of the Netherlands, around about a 35 to 40-minute drive from Eindhoven Airport. Into the tram lines we go. Revs rise and the lights are out straight away. And into turn 1. Oh, it's a bit too close for comfort. It's 3 wide through turn 2. How on earth they made it through that? Only the man upstairs knows the answer to that one, as in people were being brave. But at the meantime, it is Scott Westhovens leading the way, as it's definitely getting a bit too close for comfort out there. Pepin Rietman trying to go and close in on the man out front. So Westhovens, he did a really, really good job last time. He led for as long as he could during that race. But it just goes to show that sometimes it doesn't always work in your favour. And that very much can be said because Wout Kirstens now is up 4 spots and he's chasing down the race leader. Oh, right, we have got a little bit of a fight on our hands at the front. Meantime, Ralph van der Pavert, new breath of fresh air injected into the lungs of that young man, and he's got through on teammate Pepin Rietman. Gwen Bloxhill, the lady from DNA Racing, also has Wim Rouleau as part of its ranks, who decided to put on a little bit of a show and use the wheel and stub axle that came off his kart at Circuit de Lansard last time out, when he was on the back of the recovery vehicle flatbed, and decided to show up, put on a little bit of a showmanship to the crowd at the gantry. Nevertheless, oh, and someone has just gone exit stage left at turn 5. I'm wondering if that might have been Erwin Montfort, possibly, in the 514. And he retired. Well, he made it to the end of the race. But Scott Westhoven's time to get your elbows out, Sonny Jim. Time to make sure that cart is as wide as the back of a Ford F-150 pickup truck. But here comes Van der Pavert, put the frighteners on Kirstens. And Rietman is there. Strength by numbers as Axel Hoos dives up the inside of Gwen Bloxhill, takes the place away. That is 5th position. As it's all kicking off behind. Oh dear. And there's some trying to get through. That includes Christoph Adams and Carl Clebot, amongst other people. And Christoph Adams, I think, has represented 3 different nations at the Grand Finals. France, Belgium, and Team Nederland. So, he is definitely trying to... Well, the battle for the ticket is between him and also Erwin Montfort, but we've had a coming together, Axel Hoos and Pepin Rietman. And what... Oh, dear. Axel Hoos, I think, just went for the lunge and it didn't quite work out. Oh, dear. Yeah, so Axel Hoos went to the inside. Oh, and they... Oh, it's a bit of a messy tangle. So, Axel Hoos and Pepin Rietman didn't have the greatest run there. Vincent van Kerkhoff on the 483 from GKS has got the new fastest lap of the race, and Pepin Rietman and Axel Hoos tumbled down the order. And unfortunately, well, there goes Van Kerkhoff and through on Bloxhill. That's for P5, as Julian Klosman is currently P4 at the moment. Gwen Bloxhill's not going to let Vincent van Kerkhoff get away. She's keeping him very, very honest indeed, is the young lady driver from the Netherlands. And there is the 555, the man, the myth, the legend that is Mr. Christoph Adams. And he's now up into P15 behind Derek van Kurt and Dmitry Ostrovsky. As there is Julian Klosman on the back. I have to say, this has been the best result of the season, I think, so far for Scott Westhovens, because he put it on pole. He finished P2, and he's now battling away with Julian Klosman for P3. And the way things are going, how's about this? This will be interesting. If Scott Westhovens, I think if he stays in the top 4, I think he might have put... No, P3. That's the 2nd and the 3rd place finish. Okay, Wout Kirstens. Oh, it could be close, so it could be Kirstens, Westhovens, front row for the final. How's about that? Still, just under 3.5 minutes to go. And more to the point. What a crazy day of racing we have had. And we've still got the heats for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters still to come. But Ralph van der Pavert wants to kick himself up the backside as high up the order for the final as he can, because he's got just under 3 minutes to go to get through on Wout Kirstens. And this is the battle for the race lead. Van der Pavert has looked strong as he's progressed over the course of the championship season. He's been racing not just in Chrono, but also BNL, which heads to... Oh, we've got a yellow flag. That looks... Oh, and that is one driver that has come to a stop. Oh, no! No, 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 no. That is Axel Hoos. Axel Hoos is out. 5th in race 1, and he's going to be classified 21st in race 2. Disaster for Axel Hoos, I'm afraid. And there's another driver that's come to a stop. And that's Jesse Spahns. That just goes to show how quickly things, as I rightly said, it can change. But Ralph van der Pavert is not done yet. So, 2 drivers out. Jesse Spahns and Axel Hoos. Oh, has someone got a noisy... Oh, I think someone might have a slightly noisy exhaust. I did hear one that sounded a little bit more shrill than the others. And yellow flags once again at turn... heading into turn 4. But it's going to be very close on the bubble across the line. 3 laps to go. 46 seconds. That was when Wout Kirstens crossed the line. His last lap was his personal best. Oh, hang on a second. Look at this for a new livery for this weekend. Imke Arts, new race suit, new livery with Shepherd's Racing Service BV. She is up 12 spots, which puts her on an aggregate of P7 at the moment, P10 in Heat 1. If there's any penalties post-race, Imke Arts will be in the top 4 rows for the final. We're counting down the seconds, and it's 2 laps to go. Van der Pavert is 6 tenths behind. Westhoven's holding on to 3rd. Battling away with Julian Klosman, who will effectively, over the average of 2 races, be 4th, because he's picked up a P4 in Heat 1, P4 in Heat 2. And there is the battle between 491, Kai van der Werf and Carl Klebor in the 511. Great to see that man back out on the circuit. Multi-time Belgian Max Challenge Championship winner and BNL winner. Final lap of DD2 and DD2 Masters in the heats. And, well, there's going to be someone pulling off. Oh, Ton van Weert's given up the ghost. Right in front of Wout Kirstens. He just went straight on at 4 and went, ah, that's it. I've had it. But still, Ralph van der Pavert is going to help his chances for a potential win in the final later on. But Scott Westhovens has had the best weekend of his season so far. We're about to complete the 14th and final lap of this race. Wout Kirstens through into turn number 11. The 466 from Combi Kart wins Heat 2 ahead of Ralph van der Pavert. Scott Westhovens takes P3, and that, I think, might put him on the outside of the front row for the final. Julian Klosman P4. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, P5. Imke Arts, 13 places from P19 to take 6th. Ahead of Yuri Clebot, Gwen Bloxhill, Hugo Clabos, Erwin Montfort takes the win in DD2 Masters, finishing 10th overall ahead of Pepin Rietman, Kai van der Werf, Derek van Kort, Dimitri Ostrovsky. The latter two ran out the top 3 in Masters ahead of Karl Clebot, Christoph Adams, and Mike van Maastricht. Rounding out the 17 finishers, Ton van Veert retires with 2 laps to go. Jim Ringelberg out on lap 11. Jesse Spons lap 9. And Axel Hoos out on lap 8. Big drama for the 455 as that concludes the Rotax component of our heats with KZ2 and KZ2 Masters still to run one more heat before the finals. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, time for the penultimate heats of round 4 of United Karting Series 2026 here at Circuit Park Berghem, the Eurofinal variant, 1100 metres. It is time for the KZ2 second heat, and it is going to be Mika van der Pavert and Enzo Bol. Will the tussling happen again heading into the first couple of corners between the SP Motorsport teammates? We're going to have to wait and find out. Sam van Verskuilen and Kevin Stehauer round out row 2 with Daniel Tenbach and Nick Ploemer as row 3. Luca Brima and Robin Glirum round out row 4, ahead of Ryan Kivitsbosch and Sarah Wouters rounding out the top 10. Chantal Van Andel will be joined by the DJK Racing Croc Promotion chassis of Kane Ince. Well, Nelson Berghaus, Hushbecken, Quinten van Leuven, Milan van Winden and Tommy van der Stroy bringing up the rear of the field. So, of course, with the LeConte tyres, a very specific skill set for these drivers to make the best of getting temperature into the brakes, which will then permeate through the wheels and go into the carcass of the LeConte tyres, through the sidewalls, then through the main tread. Even though there is no tread pattern to speak of on a full slick tyre. Apart from when you remember when Bridgestone used to run in Formula 1 back in the day. Not with Pirelli nowadays, it's all bitumen on the top surface, scrub it off, get down to the meat and potatoes of that rubber compound that you really need to optimise. So, in terms of the previous race, the KZ2, Enzo Bol would take the victory after 14 laps of racing ahead of Sam van Verscoilen. Daniel Ten Beck would round out the top 3. And as you can see from our drone shots, beautiful, dry conditions. And once again, it will be a standing start for our drivers for both KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. 17 drivers set to go into battle for the penultimate time this weekend. 16 of them made it to the end. Unfortunately, Nelson Berghaus did not make it past the very beginning of this race last time out. Didn't make it past the start-finish line on lap number 1. So, we wait with bated breath. The anticipation builds for one of the most exciting starts in modern day motorsport. KZ2. Mika van der Pavert, Enzo Bol, the SP Motorsport teammates on the front row, Verscoilen and Steyhauer. Row 2. Row 3, Ten Beck and Ploymers, Brima and Glirum. Row 4, Kivitsbosch and Wouters round out the top 10. The last couple of drivers coming into position, rounded out by the 254 of Tommy van der Stroy. Green flag, waves at the back. It's time for the second and final heat for KZ2 here at Berghem. The 4 red lights are on. Oh, that was a bit of a big old jump start. I think Mika van der Pavert said, I don't want to tussle with my teammate for the second time in a row. He will get a jump start penalty, but he does not give a monkeys about that straight away. That was as blatant a jump start. He just went, yeah, I'm not waiting for Enzo to let it go. And then I think Stan Pex has told them both, I do not want anyone hitting each other again. So, Mika van der Pavert, I think the proverbial term we would use in the United Kingdom would be, he was like a scalded cat off a hot tin roof. He just decided to get out of the way. So, I know for a fact the race control will be like, yep, he's going to get a ping, but nevertheless, all drivers are now round the circuit for the opening lap. Well, looks like Mika van der Pavert has been... well, it says here, yeah, Mika van der Pavert has now been reverted back to the top of the timesheets. As we're 1 lap in, a little bit of fighting at the back end of the field. Hushbecken already on the move. A man who's been racing in this championship as a junior. He's even been a commentator for the series. And now is the team manager for KZ2 at MP Kart Racing. When I spoke to him yesterday, he said, yeah, I'm going to dust off the old overalls. Well, he's got a brand set of new overalls, and he's running that Henze Kart chassis up 4 places. So he's got through on the likes of Kane Ince, Chantal van Andel, Sarah Wouters, Nelson Berghaus is at the back end of the field. So Specken now up again past Sarah Wouters. So there could be an opportunity for the man in the 236. He's closing in on Nick Ploymers as there's a dive and a half. That was Glirum on 10 back behind Steyhauer. So let's see. What can the likes of Specken and Van der Stroys do in this race? We've got just under 7 minutes to go. Yep, no surprise. 3-second jump start penalty for Mika van der Pavet. Oh, but he had to do it. I can't disagree with that because he did not want to have that problem happen twice. But Enzo Bol is now closing in on him, so the battle is going to start at this point in Heat 2. So Sam van der Schuilen has got Kevin Stayhauer and Robin Glierem right behind him. Glierem's already up 3 places. Specken now up to 8th, up 6 from 14th on the grid. So Specken is one of the fastest drivers out there. However, Sarwouters in the number 204 behind Nick Pluimers. Currently fastest out of everybody, 43.534. As we're coming through to complete lap number 4. Van der Pavet leads still ahead of Bol on the road. And Mika van der Pavet's 3-second jump start penalty will cost him all the way down to 10th position at the moment. So you can just see the freight train coming through. And I think Luca Bremer's looked over his shoulder and thought, hang on, what is Specken doing here? Well, Specken is here to race and actually say to the other 3 MP kart racing drivers, Van Leuven, Van Vinden and Van der Stroys, don't worry, I can still get my elbows out like you boys can, and I'll show you how it's done. Well, he's actually leading all 3 of them at the minute, so well played, Hoost. And across the line we go again to complete lap number 5. And it is the fact that Sarwouters has got past Nick Pluimers. Tommy van der Stroys has just said no. Hang on, right, watch. And he's gone through. And he's got the fastest lap of the race and managed to get through on Nick Pluimers at turn 4 as van der Stroys. So we come up to just under 5 minutes to go plus an additional lap. But with the way things are going at the moment, looks like it's going to be Enzo Bol and Sam van der Schuilen if things are to stay as they are right now. Because of the fact that Van der Pavet, well, he'll end up in front of Specken, who is closing the gap to Luca Bremer. The gap is now starting to expand a little bit to probably the best parts of 7.5 tenths of a second as things stand. And you see that is turn 5. And a big thank you to the medical team for their earlier assistance. We do appreciate it. Enzo Bol knows that Van der Pavet has got that 3-second time penalty, so does not need to battle him on track. So it kind of sort of pacifies the situation, if you will. Sam van der Schuilen, is he still in P3? The answer is yes, but VRL Motorsports' Kevin Stayhauer is right there with him. Out of turn 3, into 4. We've got Glierem and 10 back. All the 2 Birol nearly catch each other out, and Bremer could have nearly ended up piling into the back of them as well. And so that now means that Robin Glierem stays ahead of Daniel Tenbach, and Luca Bremer holds on to P7. But that has allowed Specken to close on in on the MP kart racing Henza. Sarwouters still ahead of Tommy van der Stroys. But still, as they roar across the line to complete lap number 8, Enzo Bol, new fastest tour of the circuit so far, 42.073. Van der Pavet has managed to get the advantage over Bol to about 1/4 of a second, but in terms of the bigger picture, it'll put him down to P6 with the 3-second jump start penalty. But all runners and riders are continuing onwards. All 17 rounded out by DJK Racing's Kane Ince. Of course, he's, I think, the youngest driver in the field, if I'm completely honest. So we're going to find that Enzo Bol is going to start closing in on Mika van der Pavet. Specken is right with Luca Bremer. And let's see, can Hoos make the move? So into the next left-hander here at turns. Yeah, it's going to be turn 7, 8, 9. Then into turns 10 and 11. Mika van der Pavet has expanded his lead over Enzo Bol. It was 0.3. It's now gotten down to 0.175 as Bol puts down a flyer, 41.833. Specken and Tommy van der Stoys have made up 13 places between the pair of them. 6 for Specken, 7 for van der Stoys. But at the moment, the way things are going, with the pace that Van der Pavet and Bol are putting in, as we've got just 1 minute and 20 to go, plus an additional lap, I'm wondering if the pace that they are putting in. Van der Pavet's just done a 41.95, Bol a 41.84 across the line, 41.9, high 41.9 for Van der Pavet, low 42.0. And now, well, Van Verschuylen has got big-time company behind. So if Stayhauer pulls the pin and pulls the trigger and goes, right, I'm going to fling it past, and it's... oh, right, Van Verschuylen's made a mistake. Van Verschuylen has just lost 3 places. So that would have been Stayhauer, Glirum, and Tenbach that have got through. So... and there you see the main building. For those watching at home, as we see the leaders go through into turns 1 and 2. And there is more than enough for Enzo Bol to be declared the winner. Mika van der Pavet to finish P2 and would end up 3.428 seconds behind his teammate. Timer now hits 0. This and 1 more lap to go. We've still got the final to come, though, folks. That'll be the penultimate final here on round 4 of the 2026 United Karting Series season. But Mika van der Pavet is pulling ever so slightly away from his teammate Enzo Bol, who won the first race. And van der Pavet managing to finish 8th. Last lap underway. And, well, it's a country mile. Don't ask Logan Sargent what a kilometre is. I thank you on that front. New Ford Racing LMDH driver for the World Endurance Championship next year. Congratulations to the former Williams F1 driver. Ford, along with McLaren, will be entering the top tier of sports car racing next season. But Mika van der Pavet will win on the road. It will be the double for Enzo Bol after the 3-second post-race jump start penalty for the 286. Kevin Stayhauer takes P3 ahead of Robin Glirum, Daniel Tenbach, Sam van Verschuylen, and on the last lap, Guus Specken finishes 7th ahead of Luca Brima, with Tommy van der Stoys starting from the back of the field to finish P9. Servoeters rounds out your top 10. Nick Pluimers, Chantal van Handel, Quinten van Leuven, Milan van Vinden round out the top 15 ahead of Ryan Kiewitzbosch. Nelson Berghaus and Kane Ince round out the 17-strong grid. That concludes KZ2's heat, and we've got 1 more before the finals. Up next, KZ2 Masters.
my gosh. So maybe
This way or? Shoot on or? Waarom niet in zijn bal? Ja, jij komt het ding van zijn ram, joh. Ik begon aan mezelf te twijfelen, houden. Ja, maar voor mijn groep was de lamp uit.
Nee, die was niet uit. Maar wij stonden echt allemaal nog een seconde te wachten.
Ja.
Jij reed als enige gewoon weg en wij stonden er al.
Ja, ik dacht, dan ga ik ook gewoon vol.
Okay, when they've finished their discussion, a couple of teammates. Now, at the moment, I guess you guys are 1 and 2 in the championship, first and second. Enzo, tell us about today, just a quick wrap of what's been happening.
Well, yeah, we started off with the super heat, with first heat. Yeah, and the pace wasn't really there in the qualifying yesterday and in the practices. So we were really happy that we now found a solution, and hopefully in the final we have this pace again, because I think it's really promising.
Yep. Okay, you say you found the solution. Is that good for him or not good for him?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he even tried the solution, but well, yeah, maybe if he tries for the final, maybe it works with him. But everybody has a different driving style, so I don't know.
We'll see. Mika, what do you think then? Of course, you're also sitting just behind him in the championship. Your teammates, it's tough out there, but this time, you know, you come away. If you can get the win, you get the points.
Yeah, it's tough, but for sure we have a better solution. And yeah, it's hard to drive against him. The start in the first heat was not so good, but yeah, we will see.
Yeah, but it must be good to have that sort of, you know, a little bit of internal competition, I guess. But at the same time, you both have respect for each other. You're both good drivers, and it helps you kind of fine-tune yourself.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, it's my first year, so I need to learn. Yeah, this year is all about learning. And
Are you enjoying the championship so far this year?
Well, yeah, it's not the biggest championship at the moment in the KZ class, but I think the top 3 is really competitive. And it's even more fun to drive against your friends. Him being one of my best friends on track and out of the track. So also difficult to race against your best friends, but it makes it really enjoyable.
Well, I guess you're friends because of karting.
Yeah, because of karting, but we also do things out of the track. And well, yeah, we share the same hobby, so that's really good.
Really nice to hear from you guys. We're going to say good luck. I know you're both from Rotax Racing, so it's also cool. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Really good to hear from both Enzo Pol and Nika van der Pavert, boys. Enzo, you might need to message me. Tell me what the solution is, because I don't know if you're going to find one. Right, final heat for round 4, and it is KZ2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. Glenn Vandenhoek will lead from pole position. Erik Angenent alongside on the front row of the grid. Mike Hendricks and Mick Bertram, row number 2. Jeroen Bos and Bas Steen, row 3. Alexander Hommerson and Ricard Kalseems, row 4. William van der Kay and Martin Versteeg ran at the top 10 ahead of Sebastian Coppenol, who went from 11th to win Heat 1. Can he do it again in race 2? Let's see. He's joined on row 6 by Benno Ridder, with Mark Verhoeven, Niels Böhler and William Klooster running at the 15-strong grid. William Klooster did not start the previous race. Mark Verhoeven was out on the first lap of the race. So was Niels Böhler, and Böhler got an official warning for driving conduct. In that, Alexander Hommerson got a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving. Martin Versteeg got a 5-second time penalty for front fairing. And Glenn Vandenhoek set a new track record for KZ2 Master, 42.776, which even shows that he can beat the defending champion on an exchange of fastest laps in the race. Right. And as we had last time, it will be the case of a standing start. So they're just going through the final phase of their preparation. Hard on the acceleration, then hard on the brakes. Puts temperature through the brake systems and the tyres. And also sometimes accelerating and shifting. Right, okay. Looks like we might have a slight drama, and that is for karts. Oh, Niels Berlo, 118. Shrug of the shoulders I saw there. Right, time for us to get ourselves set and ready for our last heat. 14 races, including this one, and then we have the 7 finals. Naught to 100 kilometers an hour, less than 2 seconds. And at some circuits will top out at the best part of over 160 kilometers per hour. You want supercar performance, you want to be millimeters off the ground, you go to KZ2 in karting. Green flag at the back. Here we go with the 4 red lights. They are on. We are racing at a bad start from the outside of the front row from Eric Angenent. He drops it big time, and that allowed Mick Bertram to get through to second position as Glenn Vandenhoek on the CRG for Dyson Motorsport leads the way out of turn 4. The long run down into turn 5. Jeroen Bos trying to get through on Mike Hendricks for P4. Angenent, I think, dodged a little bit of a bullet because the first phase of the start was an absolute nightmare for the Formula K driver. But now he's made a big old mistake, and Jeroen Bos has got through. So has Mike Hendricks. So now they're coming through to complete the opening lap. Glenn Vandenhoek leads the way. Mick Bertram second. Third, Mike Hendricks. Fourth, Jeroen Bos. Sebastian Coppenol already up 6 places. He's done exactly what he did in the opening heat. So can he do the double from 11th on the grid? Stranger things have happened, folks. But nevertheless, Eric Angenent has got Bastien. And I think also Rickards Kalmzien's not too far behind. Martin Versteeg rounds out the top 10 in the 142. William van der Kaijen's dropped a couple of positions out from P9, now P11. The top 2 starting to stride away. Vandenhoek on the CRG. Bertram on the Sodi kart. Keen eyes watching from the gantry. And also by the fencing off of the start-finish straight. But Mick Bertram giving the 2024 champion from Dyson Motorsport, Glenn Vandenhoek, a little bit of stick here. But you have to watch out. Jeroen Bos now P3. Sebastian Coppenol now P4. As Hendricks has dropped down to 5th. This is where these drivers... Now, you might say that some drivers will not stick this far around, this long around, when it comes to karting, but there are some drivers that have dedicated their lives to this sport. And there's a couple of drivers in this category who I have to give a shout out. One of which, who I know very, very well, and I hope he gets well soon. Thierry Del Rey, and also the Italian legend, still competing in his early 50s, Davide Fore. So, Glenn Vandenhoek still holds on. 3 minutes down, 6 to go, plus an additional lap, and Vandenhoek is holding on. But when will Bertram pull the trigger? Look at this, Jeroen Bos, and here goes Bertram sideways through at turn 4. Can he hold on for the race lead? Just about. Just about, and Vandenhoek. Oh, he nearly sent a dive bomb of his own into turn 5. But Mick Bertram caught Glenn Vanden Hoek out ever so slightly, and now it's brought in Jeroen Bos. It's brought in Sebastian Copenhagen. I think this title race is going to be blown wide open. And there goes Jeroen Bos through into turn 10, and Copenhagen is trying to get through. He's got through as well. But look at this, Mick Bertram, after that exchange with Vanden Hoek, Bos and Copenhagen, it has given him a gift of 7.5 tenths of advantage, heading on to lap number 6 of this race. Oh my days. This is really starting to be an exciting season with regards to KZ2 Masters. Other drivers that compete in KZ2, I mean, there's Simon Billman, Paolo Ippolito, Danilo Albanese, Marcus Kayak, Emilian Denner. There's some real powerhouses out there. But in KZ2 Masters, like I said, there are some that have decided to put themselves as a full, you know, as a career-length KZ2 Masters driver. And when you look at how many drivers, when they decided to bring back the KZ2 Masters Cup for the FIA World Gearbox Championship at Wackersdorf a couple of years ago, that was definitely one of those moments that showed to some drivers who hadn't competed in the best part of 2 to 3 decades, they wanted to get back behind the wheel, and they were team bosses, you know, for respective and high-profile outfits that they would decide to get back into racing and then have to go through a very tough regime. Jeroen Bos is looking for that move to get through on Mick Bertram, who is keeping a very keen eye over his shoulder. The man with Hansen Motorsport on the back of his bumper. So speaking of Sodi karts, nice to see Kees Moyes back in the paddock. Now running on a Sodi kart, used to run with Birlart. I think it was Power Kart Racing when he was with us in his early years. Now runs races over in Italy. So Kees, you get a shout out from me, buddy. Good to see you this weekend. Jeroen Bos, oi, 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 oi. How close do you want to chance going through on the inside of turn number 1? Well, Jeroen Bos, oh, right. We've got a quartet of hard chargers at the front end of the field. We've got Bertram. Oh, and Copenhagen's trying to put elbow room to make sure he tries to get through on Jeroen Bos. They were wheel to wheel coming out of turn 6. And Bos on the SP Motorsport 101 manages to get the traction down earlier than the man on the Cali karts. And once again, we've got 4 different manufacturers of chassis represented in the top 4. Sodi Kart leads the way. Kart Republic in 2nd. Cali Kart 3rd. CRG in 4th position. And still, well, fastest lap of the race, Glenn Vanden Hoek. And he's right on the back of Sebastian Copenhagen, who really has put himself into contention for the potential win in the final later on. Vanden Hoek just pointing to Copenhagen saying, right, mate, let's go hunting. We've got 2 to chase down in front of us, and they're getting away with 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So at this point, Erik Angenent has got through on Alexander Homerson. But what a drive it's been this weekend. Mick Bertram really has put himself in the best position possible, because if he comes out of this as the winner and it's confirmed, he's on pole for the final. And bearing in mind, it's going to be the case that Jeroen Bos might be... No, it won't be Jeroen. Well, it depends on what... It's going to depend on countback. Jeroen Bos, new track record, 42.647 by the man from SP Motorsport. As we are coming down to the wire here in the last heat of the weekend for round 4, United Karting Series 2026. And look at this for a mano-a-mano battle at the front end of the KZ2 Masters field with 3 laps to go. It's 3.3 kilometers of racing, and the gap between Mick Bertram and Jeroen Bos just over 0.11 of a second. Into turn 4 we go. Bos to the outside, maybe trying to get the crisscross on Bertram, who was wise to it. Reacted quickly. Bos to the inside. Bertram still holds his nerve and says to Jeroen Bos, no, Jeroen, I know you too well. I know your tricks, my friend. You've got to do a lot better. You've got to bring something special to the party. As the Germans would say, etwas Besonderes in den Party zu bringen. So, there we go. 2 more laps to go, and Mick Bertram is keeping Jeroen Bos at bay. Bos does not need to go all guns blazing, but he will want to take a victory. He was P3 in the previous heat. He might want to end the ranking after heats as well. The thing is that Mick Bertram will have a first and a second. Oh, right, Kart 118. Niels Böhler has just been given a 3-second time penalty for unsportsmanlike driving as we have hit 0 on the timer. And at this point, Mick Bertram has just about 1.5 kilometres of racing left to go. Can he keep a hold of that race lead? Because if he does not, it will be a first, well, effectively, Mick Bertram might be on with 2 second-place finishes. I think that might put him on provisional pole position. Mike Hendricks, unfortunately, has retired on lap 12, but through turn 4 for the final time, Mick Bertram looking for a win on the Sodi kart into turn 5 for the last time. Now turn 6, and it's going to be turns 7 and 8. Good job by the man on the Sodi kart. Mick Bertram has managed to keep a clean hold on this race win, but will it be the fact that Jeroen Bos, can he try and go for a photo finish? I don't think he's going to try it. Mick Bertram out of the final corner. The Sodi kart 140 wins Heat 2. Jeroen Bos takes P2. Sebastian Coppenol has put himself right at the sharp end. Now, let's put it this way. Mick Bertram, a second and a first, pole position. Sebastian Coppenol, a first and a third. I think that might be... It might not be your front row. However, Jeroen Bos, a second and a third place finish. So, I think that makes it Bertram, Bos and Coppenol your top 3 for the ranking after heats if everything gets confirmed. Glenn van den Hoek, Alec Angenent, Rickards Kansiems, Bas Steen, Martin Versteeg, Alexander Homerson and Niels Böhler round out the top 10. William van der Kai, Mark Verhoeven and Benno Ridder round out the top 13, with Mike Hendricks unfortunately retiring on lap number 12, with Jeroen Bos picking up a new track record. And that is it for the heats. Next up, we start with the finals for round 4 of UKS 2026 here at Circuit Park Berghem.
On the grid here, Sophie Lansing now Micromax. One important question I'd like to ask for everyone at home. Tell me about what's important at this age.
Well, at this age, I think the most important thing is that the kids have fun. Of course, it's all about the progress and the learning. But if there is no fun, there is no learning, there is no progress, there is no nothing. For this age, the most important thing is fun.
That's right. And of course, when you consider how old were you when you started driving?
I was 3 years old when I started driving, but I started on a parking lot, so I had no track around.
And now what you remember about those years, what are the most important things? I know you stepped up to racing then, got a little bit more serious.
Yeah, it got a lot more serious when we went to the track, but the most thing was I was with my parents always, and my sister was there, and we had so much fun as a family, and that stays the most out of it. And then when the fun is there, you progress a lot more and more and more and faster and quicker.
Now we know you have a lot of experience in Rotax and even through to academy, FIA racing. So you see the drivers progress, you see what it takes to do that. It's a lot of commitment also from the family. As you said, you were racing with your family. But that's one of the best things about karting, I think. And of course, here in the Netherlands this weekend, we see lots of families.
Yeah, here in the Netherlands, always with the UKS, it's always a family gathering around, and you see always the same people. And it's like all a little family, and you do it all together, and it's nice.
It is nice, and it's important also for the drivers to have that support and to know that their family's there with them. But also the pressure. I mean, there is that pressure. It's an investment of time and money. You're also working. I mean, this is your job.
Yeah, this is my 3 days, but it's I have one golden rule always, and I always tell the families where I work for. He wins alone, but we will lose together, because when he wins, he can carry himself, but when he loses, he needs us. So we have to do it all together.
And what a great way to look at it. Also, when I think about UKS, the drivers get to go to other countries, not just race in the Netherlands or in Belgium. They're heading off to Germany, to that famous track in Kerpen.
Yeah, it's great. It's great that we see a lot of tracks, and we also went to Marienburg, and we had a lot of tracks, and we are going still to Kerpen and Genk, I think. And yeah, of course, it's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, I'm going to let you go because I know we're about to go out. Thank you so much, Sophie, for your time. Good luck, and thanks for the great tips. So yeah, it's got to be fun, but we're in it together. So really nice to hear from one of our lady mechanics.
I have to personally say, Jen Wade, brilliant conversation with Sophie, who we've both known for quite a few years, competed a lot herself. And again, it just goes to show people like Sophie, the mechanics that are in this paddock, and there are a few female mechanics as well as drivers. And it's great to see that there is a lot of abundant knowledge that can be passed down to the younger generation as we are now ready for the finals. Now, there is something that we do here at the UKS, which is a tradition that has been carried on through Chrono Karting, which I'll explain in just a second as we are about to go green for our first final of round 4. So, with the combined ranking after heats, here is your grid for the Micromax Rookie Final. Amizio Zani and Hossein Al-Hassini will once again line up on the front row. Quinten Grimes will be joined by Henry Muyat on row 2. Mads van Alsen and Tugru Yilmaz, row 3. Ian Half and Leonard Marks, row 4. Sven Borgesius and Kenji Schreurs round out your top 10. Jeff Keenans, Julian Laurisson, Marlon Vodkowski and Evert van Middendorp will round out the grid. So, for Micro, Mini and Junior, we have a tradition that has been passed on through the many years of Chrono Karting. And I have to say it's a real pleasure to be part of the team here, up here in the commentary box. And I'm very privileged to be in this position. But the top rookie at the end of each weekend in the finals will get what is called the Wisselbokal. It is for the top rookie driver in each class. And there is a tradition that stands forthwith. As of 2026, the driver that wins it at a round has to bring it back at the next scheduled event. Otherwise, Gabi van der Berg will be right on their case, more than likely on the case of the parents, saying, why didn't you bring it? So, the top 5 will secure their place on the podium, but who will lead the series coming out of this round? At the moment, Ian Halfer has been leading, but I would imagine that Amizio Zani will close up in the overall UKS standings. In terms of the Nederlands Kampioenschap, which is the Dutch Championship, Amizio Zani leads the way. Ian Halfer leads the battle for the open ticket. So who's going to be going into the second half of the season? Evert van Middendorp not starting as we go into the tram lines for one more time. 14 minutes plus an additional lap. We're revs up and racing. As the field makes its way through into turns 1, 2 and 3. Very quick complex, but you've got to be fully committed. Ertugrul Yilmaz from 6th on the grid has already got the wind in his sails, and he's battling side by side with Quinten Kleins for P3. Got through by a nose hair, and I think maybe Mads van Als is trying to stick his nose in there as well as they go through into turn 5. As a bit of a diagonal spread at the back end of the field. So, Amizi Ozani leading the way. Quinten Kleins, P2 now. Well, no, it's Hossein Al Hosseini. Quinten Kleins now down into P3. Ahead of the youngster, Ertugrul Yilmaz, Belgian by nationality. And I would imagine by that name, Turkish by birthright. However, it just goes to show that there are so many different... There's a big old melting pot of cultures around every single country, which is a great thing. It just shows how much diversity that there is in the world of motorsport. Ertugrul Yilmaz might have Mads van Als trying to go through and might have just got the job done. And that will be a change on the 35 going past the number 7 for 4th place. And it looks like the change has happened. Ian Halfer rounds out your top 6. Kenji Schreurs now up 3 spots from 10th. Now runs P7. As Ian Halfer looks through at the penultimate right-hander. On Ertugrul Yilmaz. Through into turns 1, 2 and 3 we go. Here on lap 3 out of the race so far. 2 minutes completed. Ian Halford to the inside at turn 4. Through on Ertugrul Yilmaz. That is for P6. Kenji Schreurs there. Leonard Marks. Ian Halford's countryman is there in the number 73. Henry Meyert. Jeff Kanens is also there. Marlon Vodkowski. Oh, and there's been a little bit of a drama. I think that might have been Leonard Marks possibly involved. As now Hossein Al Hosseini, runner-up in the final last time out at Circuit de Lanzard, closing in on Amizi Ozani. 92 thousandths of a second was the gap. Now it's 0.14. And Quinten Kleins, I think for Paralin Racing Holland, is closing in on them. And look at this, Al Hosseini channeling his inner Hamilton, trying to get through on Zani to take the race lead. But with just 3.5 minutes completed, Amizi Ozani still leads the way, but Al Hosseini again right on the rear bumper of the number 22. This battle is going to wage on quite significantly. But this is going to allow Quinten Kleins. Right. Okay. Julian Laurisson and Sven Borgesius have just been pinged for a 3-second time penalty. Two wheels outside of the tram lines at the start, so they broke formation. And the top 3, Quinten Kleins is really close. I mean, he's just been in the fastest lap of the race. 50.813. And now, can he get the run on Al Hosseini? At the moment, it doesn't look possible. But with 9.25 minutes left to go, plus an additional lap, who's not to say? It could be, who's not to say that it, well, anything is possible. Ah, right, yellow flags, final corner. So what, oh, someone's off and into the barriers. Oh dear, and that is Julian Lorison. I hope he's okay. And that was off of the final corner, so something has happened. So it just goes to show that these drivers race their hearts out at the moment. And at the minute, well, it has changed. Amicio Zani now leads. Oh, right, 3-second time penalty going to Sven Borgesius. Thank you very much to Cyber Samurai 79. Well, at the point of when I had the entry list, it was saying Cali Kart, not Kart Republic. So thank you very much for that. But, oh, Quentin Kleins trying to go this. Oh, he's trying the crossover. Quentin Kleins, can he keep it around the outside of Hossein Al-Hosseini? And this is going to bring back Amicio Zani into this. What's more, it's going to bring the leader in the championship standings. Ian Halfer is there. And he's trying to go around the outside of Quentin Kleins. Through at turn number 9, but the German in the number 28, Praga, unable to get through. Oh, crikey, this is really starting to heat up now. And what's more, keep your eyes on the kart in 5th. Mads van Alst is also there. And the top 5 covered by just under 9/10. And here goes Mads van Alst trying to get through. Ian Halfer. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort for the young man from Germany. Turned it in. The back end stepped out to the left, and there was nearly a code brown moment for the young Praga driver. But Amicio Zani, once again, trying the trick in the... Oh, and I think he's got it. That was a beautiful switchback. Amicio Zani back through for the race lead. Now, here comes either the sense of urgency or the sense of desperation. Oh, Al-Hosseini gets through. What about Kleins? He does. And Zani back down to P3. And he took a look over. I think maybe Amicio Zani. Quick look over the shoulder, fine. Long look over it as Quentin Kleins to the inside at turn 5 on Al-Hosseini. Can he get through? It's a crisscross attempt through out of turn 6. Al-Hosseini says, no, you don't. And Zani says, hang on, I want my lead back. Oh, we got a sidewall clash between Kleins and Al-Hosseini. Kleins gets through at the final right-hander as we go on to lap 11. And now it's a quintet at the front of the field. Kleins, Al-Hosseini, Zani, Halfer, and Van Alst. And then there's a big gap of about 2.6 seconds back to Yilmaz. In 6th, there's Zani, trying to keep the tight inside line at turn 5. However, no one else was willing to take the dummy, so to speak. But now it's a case of, I know for a fact that Hossein Al-Hosseini will want to take a win. And at this point, looking at the race results for Hossein Al-Hosseini, no, has not picked up a win so far this series. Al-Hosseini was 2nd at the Lansard last time out, so we'll want to go that one step higher. As Ian Halfer got very close to the right rear wheel of Amicio Zani on that particular occasion. But Quentin Kleins now trying to see if he can open the door for himself and maybe the man behind him. And Al Hosseini says no. Kleins goes, right, I'm going to stick with you. And Zani says, don't forget about me. And it's like it cascades down to the rest of the top 5. Halfer and Van Alst, they are still there. What a close, entertaining battle we've got. Zani to the inside, too much curb. Kleins now trying to get through on Al Hosseini as we cross the line to start lap number 13. This is going to be a very, very close race right up until the flag. But still, this is going to be way too close to call. The final should always be like that. Keeps people guessing. And that includes up here in the commentary box. You know, I'm not... You know, I'm brutally honest. If I don't know who the winner's going to be, because anyone out of these top 5 can win this race. Quentin Kleins trying to go on the offensive again. Al Hosseini defends. Zani waiting to pick up the pieces. Halfer also waiting there in the waiting in the tumbleweeds, let's say. Waiting in the reeds like Shere Khan from the Jungle Book, waiting for Mowgli to appear. Right, Quentin Kleins to the inside at 5, rubs sidewalls with Al Hosseini, forces the 6 wide, and now it's going to be wheel to wheel coming out of turn number 6. Where's Emizio Zani? Going to park his car. He gives a little bit of an assist to Al Hosseini to try and open the door for himself to get through, but here goes Ian Halfer to the inside. At turn 9, he gets through on the 22 for 3rd place. And here comes Quentin Kleins. He's not going to get a side draft, but he's got Ian Halfer right up his exhaust pipe. Across the line, there you go. Mechanical black flag. That is going to be for Jeff Kanens, I'm afraid, who's going to have to park the kart. That is Jeff Kanens out. And it is for Jeff Kanens' chain guard missing off the chassis. So that is it. Quentin Kleins is now starting to get a little bit anxious. And this is where you see who's going to be showing the signs of urgency, who is going to be showing the signs of desperation. And at the moment, Emizio Zani straight into the back bumper of Ian Halfer, who won't like that, because that jolted his neck backwards over the back of his racing seat. So 3 laps remain in the final. Can Al Hosseini finally take that long, elusive race victory after 4 rounds of competing in this series? Quentin Kleins is there. Ian Halfer is there. Emizio Zani is there. So is Mads van Alst. Quentin Kleins took a ranking after Heat's lead, but Ian Halfer, no! Ian Halfer dive bombed to the inside of turn 5 and clattered straight into the right-hand side pod of Hossein Al Hosseini, and the number 6 is out of the running for the race victory. Kart 54. Julian Lorison has been also given an official warning for driving conduct. I wonder what's going to happen with regards to Ian Halfer. He might win on the road, but there are 10 seconds left to go. This plus an additional lap. And Emizio Zani, can he get to the sharp end? Can Quentin Kleins take his first win in a final this season? Henry Meyert won the opening final of the season at Karting Genk. Emizio Zani won the final at Marienburg. And Ian Halfer won one overall when it came to the final race. And, well, Jeff Kanens has been excluded for ignoring the mechanical black flag. But we have 1 more lap to go. Can it be that we have someone who becomes a 2-time race winner? Will it be the fact that if Ian Halfer gets a post-race penalty, Quentin Kleins becomes the 4th different race win. And look, oh, Ian Halfer's looking over the left shoulder. You should be looking to your right, my friend. So when you think about it, Henry Mayotte, Amizio Zani, Ian Halfer. Quentin Kleins has yet to win a final this season. So I will be interested to see. But on the road, Ian Halfer, the youngster in the number 28 from Germany, comes through towards the final corner. He's going to pick up the win on the road here in the final. Ian Halfer wins. Quentin Kleins P2. Amizio Zani rounds out the top 3. Maz Van Aalst 4th. Ertugrul Yilmaz 5th ahead of Hossein Al Hosseini, who unfortunately was denied the victory. Henry Mayotte, Leonard Marks, Kenji Schreurs will round out the top 9 ahead of Marlon Wutkowski, who crosses the line now with Sven Borgesius rounding out the 11 finishers. Julian Laurisson rounds out, retires from the race after 4 laps. Evert van Middendorp, a non-starter, and Jeff Kanens was excluded for ignoring the mechanical black flag for a missing chain guard. But that is your first final completed. Next up, we will turn our attention to Minimax. I have just reliably been informed. Penalty for Ian Halfer. 3 seconds for the contact with Hossein Al Hosseini, which now promotes Quentin Kleins. That is 4 different winners in Micromax this season. Well, these finals are going to go through very thick and fast, and it is going to be our mini-max final, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Laurens van Vlaanderen will start on pole position ahead of Xavier de Decker, Jesse Moonen, and Theo Verheer from Ireland rounds out row 2. Noah Stayhouder and Danny van der Molen round out the top 3 rows. Mila de Gazmaker and Ryan Rampadath round out row number 4, with Flynn Locker and Arno Hadstra completing the top 10. Dan Hillen and Tristan Beals round out row 6 ahead of Louis Letowers. Theon Alogo Ei, Lassie van der Vede, and Dejan Habits completing the grid. Luke Scheimer, yes, I am going to be watching the highlights. Do not tell me what's happened at Monte Carlo, because I will block you on YouTube forever. Don't. Please don't. Don't even DM me on Instagram either, because you'll get blocked there too. I mean it. Even us commentators have to have a little bit of no spoilers. But yeah, I think as soon as the podiums have been completed, I'll find out. Someone will tell me, and then that person will get blocked as well. As long as it's after 7:30 tonight, I'm fine. I'm golden. Right. Yeah. Oh, that's naughty. Well, Luke. Yes, I do have intentions, so that's why I said the threat of a block is a pretty good idea. So that means you won't. Ronald Montfort, don't you start. He's just WhatsApped me. Oh, Julian, yeah. Julian, I can believe that you won in Monte Carlo. I smell something, and it's definitely not kosher. Right, amidst all that banter and tomfoolery here on the live stream commentary. Right, let's get ready to race. Because it is Laurens van Vlaanderen who does have the ranking after heats lead. And at the moment in minis, well, with regards to the the Netherlands Championship side of things, Laurens van Vlaanderen leads the way in the battle for one of 2 tickets. Louis Letaros in RMC Belgium. As we go, revs up, lights out for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Ryan Rampadanath leads in the UKS, which has no ticket association. But we do have Xavi Redeka into the race lead early doors. He's got through on Laurens van Vlaanderen. A little bit of toing and froing at the back end of the field, as well as a little bit in the mid-pack at the minute. And a little bit of side-by-side action. A little bit further back. But nevertheless, there is still plenty of race distance left to go. A couple of drivers will have to mind their P's and Q's coming out of the final corner. That's easier said than done. But nevertheless, it's a very fast-flowing track here at Circuit Park Berghem, and that's why we visit it a couple of times a year. But now it is going to be Jesse Moonen that takes the lead. Xavi Redeka trying to robustly get through on Laurens van Vlaanderen for second position, and the 117 unable to facilitate that move past. And Danny van der Molen, driver of the day last time out at Circuit de Lanzaard. Who will be driver of the day this week? Answers on a postcard. Or, answers on a postcard, or by DM on Instagram, WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger. But Jesse Moonen still continuing to lead the way in this final race. And Theo Freher, I have to say, the youngster from Ireland doing a cracking job. Best results of the season for the youngster so far. Running on the Esprit chassis. But still, we're only 1/7 of the way through the race. But Jesse Moonen starting to pull out a little bit of an early advantage after lap 3. And it's now 0.6 of a second that the Belgian leads by on the Haas chassis. But again, look at this, a swarm of activity. Now, Steyhouder has got Danny van der Molen to the inside, and through goes Theo Freher from Ireland. And Ryan Rampadanath trying to be on the comeback trail. The driver from the Netherlands for SP Motorsport trying to move up the order. It's a lot harder than it seems, folks. Looks like we might have someone that might have a time penalty, possibly, for 2 wheels maybe out of the tram lines, I'm just hearing. But that will be communicated very, very shortly on the Digi flag. But the thing is that who is the person that has broken the formation at the start? Can be easily done. It's 3 seconds for 2 wheels out of the corridors, 3 or 4 wheels out of the tram lines. It is a slam dunk 5-second penalty that will be added post-race. So 4 minutes down, 10 to go, plus an additional lap. Now, Steyhouder has the current fastest lap of the race at the moment. Jesse Moonen leads by 8.5 tenths of a second. Julian Moisak, well, you're gonna have to wait until I tell you when Jur Valkenars when he starts for the final. You can check. Right, okay. Julian, there is a link in the description that actually has access to the Sporty web app, which means you can click on the respective sections you need. How's about that for a spoiler? Theo Freher trying to get through and has got through on Danny van der Molen. Gets a little touch from behind courtesy of Noah Stayhouder going through into turn 10. And the young Irish driver is now 4th. That's a brilliant amount of driving. This has been Theo Freher's best weekend of the season so far. And he's running P4 in the final. That is a guaranteed trophy in the hand. All the youngster for GKS. Noah Stayhouder on lap number 5 of this race has the fastest one, 48.513, as we are about to conclude lap number 7 with 8 minutes and 20 seconds plus an additional lap on the timer. But Jesse Moonen is continuing to expand that lead. And it is now 1.1 seconds. Laurens van Vlaanderen battling away with Xavier Redeker for P2 and P3 respectively. But they do say that 2's company, 3 is a crowd, as now Theo Freher is closing in. And what's more, was over a quarter of a second quicker than both Redeker and Van Vlaanderen. Youngster doing a really good job on the X-Prix. Trying to close on in. Can he get through is the big question. Not quite yet. Still time to go as Redeker tries to potentially defend. Right. Okay, now we've got a dynamic shift on this because Laurens van Vlaanderen 170 and 175, I believe. Or is that 115, I think maybe. 115 and 170. Arno Hartstar and Laurens van Vlaanderen have both picked up a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out the tram lines, which means the battle between Xavier Redeker and Theo Freher is 4-second on the road. Van Vlaanderen with a 3-second time penalty that will more than dump him off the top 5 podium, because now here comes his teammate Stehouder. Steamrolling to the inside and gets through. And with a 3-second time penalty, that would demote Laurens van Vlaanderen outside of the top 30. That would put him 13th if the race was to be stopped now. I did say, one wrong move, one slight mistake, and it costs you. And what a move! Theo Freher round the outside at turn 1 on Xavier Redeker. Move of the weekend by the young Irishman. Ho, ho, ho. He might be dancing a jig about that one later on, but that was a beautiful move. He got to the inside at 1, put it round the outside at 2, and Redeker had no answer whatsoever. Theo Freher, take a bow, young sir. That was beautifully done. But now the gap, Jesse Moonen, is 2.3 seconds up the road. And oh no. Oh, Danny van der Molen, I'm afraid, is retired. Danny van der Molen is out, it looks like, in the number 127. Oh, it's never a nice thing to have to report that. But unfortunately, that is part and parcel of racing. As Noah Stayhouder has gone round the out. Oi, 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 oi. Noah Stayhouder has just gone and done the old Slim Shady M&M round the outside of Xavi Radeka. That is twice that the 117 has been on the receiving end of an outside overtake. And now Stayhouder to the inside of Freher, gets through, and now he's jumping up and down in his seat saying, right, stop fighting. Stop fighting, you lot, because yes, Moonen is running away. And Moonen is running away. 2.2 seconds up the road. But more to the point, the battle for the final 3 positions. Oh, we've got a yellow flag before the penultimate corner. Oh, we've had 2 come together, and that... Oh, hang on. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Lawrence van Vlaanderen's final has gone from bad to worse. Louis Letowers has also been involved. So the 170 and the 156... They have managed to get the carts going again, I believe, but it depends on how much significant damage has been sustained by both chassis, whether they do continue onwards. I think they have done, and in some respects, maybe to have a little bit of damage limitation and score some points at the end of the weekend. But look at this lead, courtesy of our drone shots. Jesse Moonen up the road by nearly 2.6 seconds. Theo Freher still holding on to what is second. Absolutely stunning drive for the youngster in the 155 for GKS Lemons Power. And Freher hasn't panicked. Hasn't really decided to go, oh, I need to get that place back. It's like, okay. Oh, right, okay. Kart 109, Tristan Abeels in 8th, has just been hit with an unsportsmanlike driving 3-second post-race penalty. And that is currently the kart in 8th place, which will put him down to 11th. Theo Freher is trying to do what he can. He's... last time around, he was 2.5 tenths slower than the race leader, but he is hanging on by tooth and nail at the minute, because Jesse Moonen, there is Jesse Moonen coming through into turns 7 and 8. Great drive by the youngster from Moonen Racing. Let's not forget, last time out, both Jesse and Jenthe. Okay, right, kart 106, Milo de Karlsmaker, 3-second unsportsmanlike driving post-race penalty going to the youngster's way. The 106 from Belgium. We've got 3 laps to go. And I'm sure that Theo Freher's parents are absolutely biting their fingernails to the quick, and he's still ahead. Still ahead. This is going to be so close in the battle for P2. And Freher's just done it. That youngster's really upped his game here for round 4. And looking at it, Theo Freher, in terms of the Minimax side of things, reference UKS. Okay. Theo Freher, 15th in the series, did not do Marienborg. Cannot believe it. Theo Freher, with 2 laps to go, is 2 kilometers away. So, effectively, Theo Freher doing a stellar job, and is only competing in the UKS in terms of the championship points. But Theo Freher has said to everybody else. He's putting them on notice now. And this is a very, very shrewd operator. Not smooth operator, that's Carlos Sainz when he gets his way in Formula One. But we have one more lap to go. Jesse Moonen on course for a very season-defining race victory. And has been on the podium. It will be for 2 rounds in a row. But Theo Freire is still holding on. I think one of the best drives I have seen heirs of Lieke van Berkel in juniors at Circuit de Lansard. But look at this. Jesse Moonen now just 3 corners away. Make that 2. Theo Freire is hopefully going to hang on, but it's going to be a new winner in the final. Out of the final corner, Jesse Moonen wins the Minimax final here at Circuit Park Berghem. And now it's going to be second position. Who's going to take it? Oh, it's the luck of the Irish. Theo Freire from GKS takes P2. Fending off Noah Stayhalder, Xavi Decker, Ryan Rampadanath. That is your overall top 5. Dean Habits, what a weekend that young individual's had. 2 DNFs, lap 1, well, before the start on race 1, lap 6, race 2, and comes back through the field from last to finish 6th. Gains 10 places. Arno Hartstam, Tristan Abeels, Milan de Karsmaker and Flynn Locker rounding out the top 10. Abeels and de Karsmaker have got post-race penalties. Lassie van der Weyde, Dan Hillen, Theon Alogo A, Lawrence van Vlaanderen, Louis Letaris and Danny van der Molen round out the finishers.
Matthias, we're here pretty close to the front. Not the front row, but of course you're the leading Belgian driver in the RMC on the grid, and hopefully after this race, the series. How's it going for you?
It's a pretty good weekend after driving here for 2-3 times. I've not driven here so much. Third time in the junior. I cannot complain. It's P3. Try to get more like a win or a second place. I'm very happy.
You should be happy. You better jump in your cart. We're going to say good luck. Okay, hop in your cart.
Thanks.
Kom op, kid.
Two finals down, 5 to go. We now go to Junior Rotax. Here is your starting grid. Lieke van Berkel. Can she make it 3 wins in a row? 2 heats and a final. She starts from pole position. Has Bouvin Powers, Trent van Melk alongside on the front row. Matthias Verreken and Devram Yater, row 2. Lionel Mungui and Conor Halfer, row 3. Jud Drent, Gillian Dummer, Jente Moonen, Leon Herbos, Olivier Mazurkovic and Pelle van Echtelt round out row 6. Didi Dadala, Dimitar Lazarov, James van der Poel and Justin Fonk, row 8. Milano Ship-Hoston, Jana Kivitsbosch completing the top 9 rows. Completing row 10, Tiger Holthausen and Nico Naruhito Tomasi ahead of Aidan Beekman, Sasha Al-Jabrail, Joshua Larson and Jesse Andringa, who round out row number 12. The latter 2 drivers Sebastian Vogten and the USA's Kai Abelera round out your starting grid. So, put your bets on who do you think's going to win this one. There's several drivers in this. Matthias Verdaken, good to hear from him having a chat down on the dummy grid with Jen Wade. So, 14 minutes plus an additional lap for their last race of the weekend. Revs up, lights on, we're racing. Oh, and that was a big old moment for Matthias Verdaken, who was on the outside of the front row. And someone got caught out a little bit unawares, I think. Might have been the Sodi kart of James van der Poel, as it's 2x2 Noah's Ark style at the back end of the field. Verdaken already on the offensive. Munguia now up into P3 past Trent van Melk. He's got the likes of Jur Drent, Connor Halfer, Devram Yates, Jent Moonen, Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Julian Dummer, et al. All behind. But already, again, Van Berkel showcasing how accredited she's come and backwards. Oh, dearie me. 2.42 and 2.96 go around. 2.96 was Dimitar Lazarov and 2.42 Pelle van Echtelt. And Van Echtelt managed to rearrange the barriers, came very close to one of the race control cameras that we have here. But now Munguia closing in on Verdaken, on Van Berkel at the front end of the field. And if you might remember Lieke Van Berkel's sterling drive at the front end at the final at De Lanzard a few weeks ago, well, now she is more than firing a warning shot across the bow. She is saying, try and get past me if you can. A little bit of encouragement on the sidelines for Lionel Munguia, now into P3. Oh, bit of a tussle between Jur Drent and I think that might have been Trent van Melk. And Van Melk has just hemorrhaged about 5 places on the bat. As into turn 5 goes Lionel Munguia on Matthias Verdaken and makes the move stick for P2. Munguia now in second position. Now, bearing in mind who finished behind Lieke Van Berkel at Circuit de Lanzard a few weeks ago. Well, let me tell you a little story. And in terms of the juniors, well, Van Berkel was the winner, and the person that finished in second is the person right behind her now. So Berkel versus Munguia. Munguia now through for the race lead. Van Berkel tries to fight back, and Munguia through at 6 has just got the move completed. So Lionel Munguia, the frustration showed post-race on the cool down into Parc Fermé and scrutineering. Now this is going to showcase the battle skills, the racecraft of Lieke Van Berkel. She is more than capable. However, when you have got someone who is incredibly motivated, like all of these junior Rotax drivers are, Lionel Munguia will want to prove a point, but Van Berkel to the inside at turn 5. Jur Drent now into P3. Van Berkel's going to lose a couple of places as Jenthe gets through. Who else might get through on Van Berkel? That answer is going to be Olivier Mazurkiewicz. But with 10 1/4 minutes to go, Lieke Van Berkel need not panic. Considering with some of the racing that we have seen on earlier on today, that some drivers do get a little bit on the over-exuberant side, let me say. Justin Fonck, I think, has just got through on Leon Herbos, and Justin Fonck is the fastest driver out on track at the minute with a 45.497. Okay, kart 218 has just got a... Oh dear, right, Pelle van Echtelt and James van der Poel have just both retired, I'm afraid. Van der Poel lap 3, Van Echtelt lap 2, and I'm not at all surprised because there was probably damage to the back of Pelle van Echtelt's kart, especially with the rear bumper, considering it hit the plastic barriers quite significantly. But the train still being led. Between first and seventh, as Munguia puts a wheel up in the air, that makes a mistake. That makes him make a mistake. Drent gets through. Jenthe gets through. Olivier Mazurkiewicz now up into third, as Lieke Van Berkel now back up into fourth position. And still the chess games, the musical chairs, they go on. Jenthe was looking for a move on the inside of Drent and is keeping Drent guessing. Oh, he's going to get a touch from behind. And here comes Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Lieke Van Berkel's going to get through on Jenthe as well if she's careful. Here goes Lionel Munguia to the inside and he clatters into the right-hand side pod of Lieke Van Berkel through at turn 5. And again, it's just, there are some moves that you've got to really wait and bide your time for. And a late last-minute lunge may, and I'm going to be honest here, and this is just my 2 cents, that you'll have a driver that will try and make a move, but it will instantly flag up with race control. They'll go, hang on, that was a bit of a late dive there. And sometimes that does happen. Right, Lieke Van Berkel has now got backup in the form of teammate DD2 DD2 in the 299. But obviously it is race control that makes the ultimate decision on when specific manoeuvres are not considered to be within the sporting, well, within the sporting nature of overtaking. However, motorsport, it giveth and it taketh away. Lap 9 completed, we're into double digits. And Drent has a one-on-one battle, mano a mano, versus Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Conor Haufer, I think, has just lost out to Tren van Melk. So, nevertheless, with 6 minutes and 20 to go, I can't see how this one is going to play out. But believe you me, when those drivers start getting that little bit more aggressive, as Drent and Olivier Mazurkiewicz out of turn 4, wheel to wheel, and they're both saying, no, you go first. No, you go first. And Mazurkiewicz decides, right, that's it, I've had enough. Bang. Straight through he goes and takes the race lead. No hesitation. It was kind of like the Chuckle Brothers. To me, to you, to me, to you. And Mazurkiewicz just went, you know what? I'm not going to play this game. I need to get away from everybody. And he's done exactly the right thing. But now, well, I've just seen that I think Conor Halfer has lost a position to Lieke van Berkel. Change for third and fourth. Lionel Munguia has just lost out third, and that was to Jenthi Moonen. Trent van Melk was also trying to get through on the 209 from Redeka Kart Racing Team. Van Melk looks to the inside at turn 5. No room at the inn for the young Dutchman. And that is allowing Lieke van Berkel again to close on in. Matthias Verreken, I wouldn't count him out. No way that you're going to count out the likes of Verreken, the likes of Van Berkel. They have been battling at the sharp end of this field for the last couple of rounds. So, anything happens between the top 5, the two behind at least will capitalise. Jør Drent and Jenthi Moonen try and put the frighteners on Olivier Mazurkiewicz, who has won a final in a previous season. I remember, I should know, I called it. It was his first ever win in a final. Might be Trent van Melk. Van Berkel leads the field into turn 5 for the final time of asking, and has got a big advantage over Jør Drent in the dying moments of this race. Kart 218 has got a time penalty for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. Kart 206, James van der Bol has been given a 3-second post-race penalty, but it is going to be Lieke van Berkel out of the final corner. She is going to do the 3-peat, 3 straight race wins, 2 heat victories, will win ahead of Olivier Mazurkiewicz. Well, it's Jør Drent, Justin Fonck P3 after a difficult set of heats. Olivier Mazurkiewicz, Trent van Melk, Matthias Verreken. Then we will have the thing is, because we've had another power outage, just for the folks here at the circuit, the stream is no longer live. We've had a second incident, and it's knocked out our internet again, unfortunately, for the live stream, so apologies for that. We are recording, and then we'll be uploading all the races, but, well, Lieke van Berkel on the road takes the victory here for round 4. Next up, we'll be heading into the senior side of things. So Van Berkel, Drent, Fonck, Mazurkiewicz, top rookie in 4th, head of Trent van Melk, who rounds out the top 5, followed by Matthias Verreken, Conor Halfer, Tiger Holthausen, Lionel Munguia, and that is your junior final completed. Okay, we have been having some problems due to power outages in the locality, which have unfortunately affected us directly, but we are back in action for the Senior Rotax Final. Luke Neeson, Vince van der Halle on the opening row of the grid, ahead of Lars Lambers, Max Sudersky, Bran van der Weken, Sverre Ubben, Flynn Fitters, Bo Alris, Priam Lelang, Martin Herrera, Benjamin Van Hees. Then Mick van den Hout, Kaz Boshaus, Boris Verhaag, Mitch Hainup, Thomas Verheyen, Boris Maximov, Ruben Verheyen, Felipe Falk and Sepp Terhorst round out your overall top 20. Followed by Raymer van Beek, Kyle Hulmans, looks like Thijs van Wijk not taking part in the final. Maybe he might have been injured through that earlier incident. Then we've got Rein van der Meer, Jay Zerveld, Jon Jelle Bremer, Niels Verkooyen, Julian van Bossem, Nick Sudal, and Vic van Kampenhout. Looks like also Jure Valkenaars and also Olivier Lemmens are not going to be taking part in the final. But that is going to bring us down to 29 runners and riders as we go. Revs up, lights on, and we're racing for 14 minutes plus an additional lap. As the field makes its way, someone's gone very, very wide through turn 2, rejoins into the pack, and it nearly causes chaos at the back end of the field. And there has been an incident. 304, 333, 354. Oh dear, the cats and the pigeons definitely do not like mixing. So, 349 would have been Jay Zurveld. I think it was 394, I think I mentioned there. I'm not 100. So 349, 354, Kyle Hulmans. So once again, turn 4, lap 1. Once again, just causes issues. And I think it's just, the thing is, we are halfway through this championship season, and I'm going to just, oh dear. And that was that Vince van der Halle going off? I think it might have been in the 345. So again, people I think are just getting a bit too, yeah. Oh well, it was a clatter in it. I think it might have been Lars Lambers into Vince van der Halle, got through and then just went off. And so now that is going to upset the apple cart in terms of the way that this race will proceed. And again, it just goes to show, I did say you can't win on lap 1. You can definitely lose on, you can definitely lose a hell of a lot of ground on lap 1, that's for damn sure. For the field, making its way through. Thijs van Wijk, Jure Valkenaars and Olivier Lemmens have all not started the race. Raymer van Beek, I believe, hasn't made it through on the next lap. But it is Luke Neeson that leads. Max Sudersky second. Bran van der Weken, P3. Flynn Fitters fourth. Vince van der Halle, Sverre Ubben, Bo Alris. Then we've got Mick van den Hout, Benjamin Van Hees and Thomas Verheyen rounding out the top 10. Biggest mover at the moment is Verheyen in 6th with 6 places. Vic van Kampenhout has now moved up the order. 12 spots from 30th, now runs 18th. So we have just over 11, well, just under 11 minutes to go. Change for the lead. Max Sudersky through. Sudersky through on Luke Neeson. And now it's elbows out, plentiful up throughout the top 5. Neeson passed by Sudersky, who now leads the race. Bran van der Weken in 2nd. Mick van den Hout in 8th place now is the quickest driver out there. Raymer van Beek has retired. Down to 28 runners and riders. Right, kart 2, we're seeing a big old train from around about 12th place back, which would be, let's have a look here. No, Kaz Boshaus, 11th place. Cork in the Perrier bottle again. Getting fed up with saying the words wine bottle, to be honest with you. But, oh, and Max Sudersky, slow out of turn number 4. So don't know if there might have been a little bit of pushing and shoving and causing the SP Motorsport driver to go a little bit wide coming out of turn number 4. It might have been the case of depending. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think Swiderski did the right thing there. He kept out of trouble because I think at that point he decided, you know what, why chance it at this moment in time? Because the 4 drivers at the sharp end of the field, they are all running on Tony karts. You've got Sverre Ubben, a lone GKS warrior, at the sharp end of this battle. And more to the point, well, something could go awry here. Ubben through on Mick van den Hout. And that is for P5 at the moment. So Mick van den Hout up 6 places. Neeson leads. Van der Weyken third. Oh, sorry, second. Van der Halle, P3. Fitters, Ubben, van den Hout, Van Hees, Lambers, Swiderski, Ulrichs. That is your top 10 as we complete lap number 7. And Bo Ulrichs has just tumbled. Oh, dearie me. The number 301 has dropped 7 places, now runs P15, and now the squabble is starting. Oh, right. Okay. Careful, careful. Don't overstep your mark, drivers. I can tell you that for a fact. As soon as race control sees something awry, they will pick up on it. If it is a misstep, someone will get a trip. Right, okay. Kart 378 is the one to incur the first bit of wrath from race control. Felipe Falk, 3 second. Unsportsmanlike driving, post-race penalty. Benjamin Van Hees now drops to 10th. Boaz Maximov now drops to 13th as there is a big old hoolie at the front of the field and a little bit further back to boot. And, well, the top 3, they've got to be careful, including maybe even 4th. They've got to be careful because any wrong moment now, one big mistake, and it all goes horribly wrong. And not just for them for getting hit with a penalty, but for those drivers, because, of course, yeah, there's a... Oh, Mick van den Hout tried to go diving up the inside of Sverre Ubben. And at turn 4, that's not the easiest place to overtake. And if someone's closing that door, you better lift off that throttle, slam the anchors out the back of the cart, and think, well, maybe that's not the right thing to do. I need to be a bit closer to the back bumper. But now, here comes the push and shove. Van der Halle now to the race lead. I knew something might start the chain reaction, and that's the first part of it. Van der Halle gets through as Van der Weyken was putting the pressure on the back bumper of Neeson, coming through around a turn 8 into turn 9. Oh, right. Ruben Verheyen has just been disqualified from the race. Very unsportsmanlike driving. So Ruben Verheyen is out, disqualified. That's it, game over. So that eliminates another driver. So that is now going to put us down to 26 runners and riders. There is a chain of 8 at the front end of the field, the quickest of which is the 397, currently sitting in 5th position. That driver is Max Swiderski. Bo Ulrichs is now a confirmed retiree as we head into the final 5.25 minutes of racing, plus an additional lap. And now I've got a feeling with this point in mind, the gloves are going to be off, and it's not just good. Oh, dear. 10 carts. Right, who's at the back of the train? Hello, Mitch Haynert. Right. And Mitch Haynert is not going to wait around for people to start squabbling in front of him. He will want to try and get through. And Sverre Ubben has positioned himself very, very well indeed. I must admit here, he's now up into P3. He's got Swiderski behind him. He's got Van der Weyken and Nielsen in front. There we've got the three... Oh, we've got Jay Zerveld up into P13 now. But Swiderski latching onto the back bumper of Sverre Ubben. Flynn Fitters and Lars Lambers now 8th and 9th. So they have been the biggest losers. Jay Zerveld and Jorn Bremer, be careful, lads. You've just picked up 12 places each apiece. Swiderski's got through on Sverre Ubben. Vic van Kampenhout is now up from 30th, currently running P17 at the moment. So, when we get past this round of the series, it is going to be the case that these drivers have been under strict observation. There were 15 of them that nearly got a warning thrown at them for what happened in qualifying, whereby a lot of them decided, and it was over nearly half the field that decided, yeah, we're not going to go out until after the minute. Hang on, was that the Cooey? Was that the Cooey Callum Bradshaw wave from Boris Verhaag, only using the left hand? Anyone might remember Kart Masters a couple of years back, and Henry Baudet losing it. Okay, Kart 358. Boris Maximov is the next driver to get a 3-second unsportsmanlike driving post-race penalty. Currently sitting in 10th at the moment, and that will put him outside of the top 15 as things stand. And Swiderski now really starting to try and see if he can make the best of this. So is Sverre Ubben. Vince van der Halle rounds out the top 5. Vandenhout, Verhaag, Lambers. That is your top 7 drivers. Well, no, top 8, because there's a big gap between Lambers and Mitch Haynert. They have both been dropped by about 2 seconds behind the driver in 7th position at the minute. So with just under 2 minutes to go, Max Swiderski to the inside, through on Bran van der Weyken. Sverre Ubben gets his elbows out. Oh, and there's a bit of pushing and shoving. Swiderski now gets through for 2nd, Ubben for 3rd. Van der Halle P4 now. I think maybe Mick Vandenhout has also gotten through. Again, this circuit is so conducive to flow, because once you make a mistake, we've just seen that with Bran van der Weyken. Oh, Sverre Ubben and Max Swiderski run wide out of the penultimate corner. And now Luke Nielsen has bolted. Oh, Sverre Ubben's off and into the tyre barriers off the final corner. Disaster for the 399. Oh, heavens to Betsy, what on earth happened there? He ran wide coming out of turn number 10, and then all of a sudden, out of turn 11, wide, and the GKS driver ploughs into the tyre barriers, does a 360. Now what happens? Oh, he just lost it on his own. He lost it on his own. I've just seen on the YouTube feed, sideways, trying to keep out of harm's way, make sure that no one roughs him up on the inside, and then all of a sudden he just goes off into the tyre barriers, hits it, spins 360, and points it back in the right direction of traffic. 2 laps to go, and Luke Nielsen still leads. The gap now 9.5 tenths of a second between him and Vince van der Halle. But that is the biggest uncustomary mistake unforced error I have ever seen from Sverre Ubben. That was strange, because he and Swiderski came out of turn 10 and went wide, and then he's done it again at turn 11, and he's just ploughed into the tyre barriers and rearranged them. But still, we have one more lap to go after this. It has been a very, very busy day in the office, folks. Very, very busy day. But we're coming to the tail end of it. We've got the DD2 Masters and DD2 up next. And then KZ2 and KZ2 Masters to finish off proceedings. But what can you say? What can you say about what has transpired here at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands? Bran van der Weyken has just posted the new track record lap, 44.043. Currently sitting in 5th. He's not going to be enough to get him on the podium, but checkered flag is out. Luke Neeson, amidst all the carnage, all the chaos, has taken victory in round number 4 of the season. Vince van der Holle, P2. Mick van den Hout, P3. These results, obviously, everyone that I've called today have been provisional, pending sporting checks, etc., etc. So, on this particular occasion, Luke Neeson takes the victory. Vince van der Holle and Mick van den Hout are your overall provisional top 3. Mick van den Hout started P12, finishes 3rd. Head of Max Sadurski, Bran van der Weyken, Boris van Haag, Mitch Hainert, Lars Lambers, Boris Maximov, Kaz Boshouse, Flynn Fitters, Benjamin Van Hees, Martin Herrera, Jay Zurveld finishes 14th. Head of Sverre Ubben, Priam Lilang, Vic van Kampenhout up from 30th to finish 17th, with Thomas Verheyen, Niels Verkooyen, Felipe Falk, Rein van der Meer, Sepp Terhorst, Nick Soudan, Kyle Humans, Julian van Bossem, and Jon Jelle Bremer, the last of the 26 out of 31 starters that did take the checkered flag. Right, last Rotax-powered final of the weekend, and we head to DD2 and DD2 Masters. Wout Kerstens and Scott Westhovens will line up on the front row, and behind them will be Julian Kloosman and Ralf van der Pavert. Pepin Rietman and Vince van der Kerkhoffen rounds out row 3. Imkaards and Jordi Klebor, row 4. Row 5, it is going to be Hugo Klebors and Kai van der Werf. Jesse Spans and Axel Hoos round out row 6. Head of Gwen Bloxhill and Jim Ringelberg rounding out row 7. Derek van Kurt and Mike van Maastricht round out row 8. Head of Erwin Montfort and Dimitri Ostrovsky. Carl Klibor, Christoph Adams, Tom van Weert and Bennett Demler round out your 22 strong grid, with Bennett Demler a non-starter on this one. So we have 14 minutes plus an additional lap of racing before we conclude the Rotax side of things, and then we will get on with our final two races, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, before we head to the region of Nordrhein-Westfalen for round 5, which will mean our only trip to Germany. Revs up, lights on, and the DD2 and DD2 Masters Final is go here at Berghem. So the drivers make their way down into turn number 4 for the first time. Some drivers are getting very, very close indeed to each other, but however, at this point, it is going to be the case of how can they proceed. We've had a lot of close skirmishes over the past few races, and there have been a couple of contretemps or coming together, but look at this, 2x2 and multiple changes for positions, but it's Wout Kerstens leading Julian Kloosman for the lead of the race. Third place, Ralf van der Pavert, Pepin Rietman, Scott Westhovens rounds out the top 5 places. Imke Arts drops, moves up a position. Well, she's now up into 5th place. So Scott Westhovens has contact. Kloosman into Kerstens. Kerstens out wide through turn number 6. Well, out to turn number 5, and all of a sudden that has caused drama for the man from Combi Kart Racing Team. So the man from SR Solutions leads the way. So at this point, it is going to be the case, well, Wout Kerstens has been dropped down as a result of that contact to P7. But now it is the battle of Kloosman, Rietman, Van der Pavert now P2. Imke Arts waiting to strike. Westhovens. Oh, hang on. Someone was coming down the start-finish straight very, very slowly indeed. Might decide to park it. I'm wondering whether that is Carl Klibor, the 5'11" from Belgium. I haven't seen him cross the line, so I think he might have crossed the line and then decided, you know what, that's it. I've come here to race for fun, not to beat myself up a little bit. And I can understand that from Carl. You know, he's a very, very mild-mannered individual, but even he has his breaking points. Yep, Carl Klibor, I think, has called time on today's racing. So we have 11.25 minutes left to go on the timer, plus an additional lap, a little bit of movement at the back. I think possibly might have been Derek van Kurten, the 569, might have just been passed by Owen Montfort for position. But Ralf van der Pavert on the offensive. Imke Arts now up 4 places. She's just put in the fastest lap of the race so far, 44.953. It's a 3-horse battle for the overall race lead. And looking down the order, seeing who is leading in the DD2 Masters classification. This is the first time in a while that I've said this. Leading the class, Christoph Adams in the 555 and is up 6 places. Started 20th. Dmitry Ostrovsky has now called time on the 519s racing here this weekend. But still, the top 3, line astern. Last time covered by 4/10, now covered by less than 1/4 of a second, and Scott Westhovens has kicked his spurs into the racehorse underneath him, and here comes Van der Pavert. Where's Arts going to park it? Van der Pavert for the race lead. Arts to the inside at turn 5, and she's through as well. Julian Kloosman gets dumped down the order from 1st to 3rd position. And at this point, Ralph van der Pavert leads the way after lap number 6. Wout Kirstens now firing back with all 125cc of that Rotax Max Evo engine on his right-hand side as through goes Scott Westhovens on Julian Klosman. Looks like we've had dramas for Kai van der Werf and Hugo Clabos. They might be the next 2 drivers out of the race. But it is Van der Pavert versus Arts. Both incredibly competitive, both incredibly motivated. And when you've got 2 drivers like that, expect an absolute classic of a battle for the race lead. Oh, I think that might be Kai van der Werf that's off. That's sitting by the sidelines off of turn number 3 or turn number 4. But look at this, and you look for Imke Arts. Obviously, he does a lot of design work away from karting. Very, very accomplished in that field. But still, the hunger for karting in that young lady burns brightly. And she's been a standout performer for many a year in the Chrono karting family and continues to up her pace every single season. You can never count Imke Arts out to the lead. To the lead. Finally, Imke Arts up front, and Westhovens and Klosman, have they got through on Van der Pavert? Van der Pavert's going to have to defend, and he's not going to get the opportunity. The man with the pink marigolds on his wrists. Van der Pavert loses out to not just Imke Arts, but to Julian Klosman, to Scott Westhovens, who's now P2, and hello, Jordi Klebo. Welcome to the party. This is very, very crucial, this race, for a multitude of reasons, for a multitude of drivers. And more to the point, what a race meeting it's been, especially in some of the classes, including what we are seeing right here, right now. Oh, right. Hugo Clabos has just been slapped with a 3-second unsportsmanlike driving penalty post-race, as has, Ralph van der Pavert has just been hit with the same penalty as well. That is going to deny him possibly a top 10 finish, the way things are ending up at this point. So, Ralph van der Pavert, consider yourself, unfortunately, on the naughty step. Meantime, Mike van Maastricht has lost a position to Axel Hoos, who's on the comeback trail, as is Wout Kirstens. And Ralph van der Pavert sees behind him Jesse Spans, who had a bit of drama in the previous race, as Julian Klosman trying to see if he can get through on Scott Westhovens for that second place. But Imke Arts is now starting to pull away. After lap 11, she led by 0.4 of a second. And she was quicker than the 2 behind. 5 minutes to go out of the 14, plus an additional lap. Imke Arts leads us across the line. Gap is now 4.4 of a second, so nearly 4.5 tenths. Looks like someone might have just pulled the cart in. Maybe. And it's called time. I know Ton van Weert decided he'd had enough in heat number 2. Klebors, right, I think well, Kai van der Werf has retired. Dmitry Ostrovsky has retired, and so has Karl Klebor. So at the minute, we still have 18 drivers. And I think it might be Ton van Weert. I think Ton van Weert might have just decided that's enough for my weekend. I've enjoyed my racing, but I think sometimes you know when. And that is nothing against Ton. One of the, I think one of the most senior drivers we've got on the grid here at Chrono Karting. So Ton van Weert becomes the 4th retiree in this race. 0.4 of a second. How's about this? Scott Westovens, DD2 rookie, and is not that far away from MKArts. His pace this weekend with the Kart Racing Zuid team has been incredibly consistent. And he's keeping pace with MKArts. He's been keeping pace with Julian Klosman. Gap is still 0.44. Yeah, MKArts is just on a 44.26. And Scott Westovens has gone quicker than Julian Klosman. Wout Kirsten's new fastest lap of the race, 43.992. Ah, right. And Wout Kirsten's has just been hit with a 3-second dangerous driving post-race penalty. Oh dear. That's going to put him out of the top 10 very quickly. Maybe put him behind, well, Ralph van der Pavert, more than likely. Well, Wout Kirsten's is a second behind. Wout Kirsten's is a second ahead. Well, wait, 1.6 seconds ahead of Ralph van der Pavert, which will probably put Wout Kirsten's with a 3-second time penalty. That will put him 11th behind Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Jordi Kleebol looking for a podium here. He could do it. You never know. Stranger things have happened. That's a phrase I've said quite a lot today, because we've had a few strange things happen, including the local electricity supply not helping us in the circuit. But sometimes you just have to take the punches and roll with them, folks. It is what it is. It's racing. Technology, as the kids say on Instagram. Well, nevertheless, that's another word I've said too much this weekend as well. Alex, you've got to stop it. Okay, carrying onwards, as we have just 1 minute and 40 to go. MKArts. I'm trying to remember the last time IMCA actually won a final. I think it might have been last year. I'm not 100% sure, but this year she's had, I think she's had some trials and tribulations. But I think now that, you know, we've always seen her in the Shepherd's Racing Service BV colours, but not where we've seen the flair of MKArts now on a race suit. And I'm sure that the lady herself designed that, because it does go well. A wonderful colour scheme. Oh dear. And that is, oh dear, I think that is Yes Espans, I believe. Yes, 418. And I think that might have been with Jordi Kleebol. Yes Espans out of the kart at turn number 4. That is a real shame. That is a real shame. So, okay, let's see, let's have a look. MKArts DD2. Time to refer to the sheets of paper and scores on my desk. As Arts is, okay, let's see. Right, MKArts. Okay, she has placed in the top 3 in a final once this year, so no wins this season. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of... Okay, Bennett Demler won the final at Genk, season opener. We hit 0 on the timer. Julian Klosman won the final at Marienborg. Axel Hoos won the final at De Lansard. We are on course for a 4th different winner, as Yes Espans has been confirmed as a retiree. We are on the final lap, lap 20 out of 20, and it looks like we're going to have two different people on the top step for DD2 and DD2 Masters, because finally cometh the age, cometh the arts. Here we go, just a few more corners remain. Imke Arts out of turn 9, 2 corners to go. And for 4 out of 4, it's 4 different race winners. Shepherd's Racing and Imke Arts win the final in DD2. And I'm just waiting. The crazy boy Jimmy's about to cross the line. Jim Ringelberg wins in Masters, down in 11th position. Well, what can you say? Finally, Imke Arts wins a final this season. I have to say, though, my hat goes off to Scott Westhoven's pole position in the top 3 all weekend long, and he finishes P2. Julian Klosman rounds out the top 3 for SR Solution. Scott Swartz's team, Wout Kirstens, Pepin Rietman, Axel Hoos, they round out the top 6 places. Ralph van der Pavert, Mike van Maastricht, Vincent van Kerkhoff and Jordi Clairbeau. Oh, we've had a post-race penalty added in as well, but that was for Jesse Spahns for unsportsmanlike driving, very unsportsmanlike driving. Jim Ringelberg's wins in Masters ahead of Elwin Montfort and Christoph Adams. So the battle for the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals ticket goes on to the Eflandring in Kerpen. That's it for Rotax for this weekend. We still have 2 more races to go. There's going to be a little bit of cleanup underway very shortly. But we've got KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. 2 great classes to end the show here at Circuit Park Berghem. Penultimate race of round 4 of the United Karting Series for 2026. It is time for KZ2. Starting from pole position will be SP Motorsports' Enzo Boll. Alongside him on the front row will be Daniel Tanbach, Robin Glirum and Sam van Verskeulen, row number 2. Mika van der Pavert and Kevin Stahauer, row number 3. Luca Brima, Nick Ploymers, row 4. And it's an all-MP Motorsport row 5. Tommy van der Stoys and Hust Specken rounding out the top 10. Zeta Wouters, Quinten van Leuven, Chantal van Andel, Ryan Kiewitzbosch, Milan van Winden, Nelson Berghaus and Kane Ince. That is your grid. Thank you to Bim Kart Coaching Nederland. Thank you for the lovely comments. Very much appreciated. We do aim to please here in the commentary position, but obviously thank you very much for everyone bearing with us over the course of the weekend and also today's dramas that we've had, obviously with the power supply issues. But of course we have to. I think I'm going to quote a really wonderful saying from a good friend, Dave Robinson. David Robinson, father of Lockie Robinson, currently running in ADAC GC4 Masters, was in senior Rotax up until a couple of years ago. And David's saying to me was, whenever Lachlan had a bad race, was, well, we go again. That's exactly what we're doing here. once again, it is going to be a 14 minutes plus an additional lap race.
Dat deed ik ook. Wat trekken en remmen. Die dat van voorbanden moet ook aan zijn. De drukken er meteen aan staan. Allemaal.
Okay. Let's see what happens. Because this is going to be hard fought. Green flag at the back. Drivers instructed to look to the lights for one more time. The 4 red lights are on for the final. We're underway. Good start by the outside of the front row. Enzo Bold trying to capture first position into turn 1, but it is going to be the run to the outside line, and a change for the lead has already occurred, and that would have been through Daniel Tenbach, who takes the lead early from Enzo Bold, as Van der Struijs and Specken are moving up the order. And let's see how things go, because one of the MP carts is already up to P5, and we're not even at the end of lap 1. There you see some of the drivers able to get those brilliant starts off the line. It's engaging the first part of it, but someone's gone wide, and that is a Birillard that I believe out of turn 5 has been struggling and has ended up going towards the back end of the field, as there's going to be a battle for the race lead. Enzo Bold to the inside, retakes the race lead coming out of the final corner of the opening lap. And there is a skirmish and a half. Huschbecken up to P5 already. Can the MP Kart Racing KZ2 team manager get a podium? Well, he's going to give all hell and sundry to those in front. And Specken trying to go for 4th. Van der Struijs to the outside of his team boss at turn 5. And Van der Struijs makes a complete misstep and a hash of it. All I can say, Tommy Van der Struijs, your team boss has got a lot more experience than you, but it's meant to be a fun race for some of these drivers, Van der Struijs included. However, when you get that visor down and the red mist comes in, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war. Hoost Specken now going for the move, and he's up to P3! Specken through on 10 back. That was neatly done by the 236. Oh no, and there's drama. Chantal Van Andel's been turned around, and the Birillard has come through and has absolutely clattered into the left front of the 220 from SP Motorsport. Chantal Van Andel's final has been dealt a big blow, and she was on the receiving end of a turnaround, and it all caused havoc just behind. I think it might have all stemmed from, yeah, Van Andel got hit, and then possibly might have been Luca Brima. And there is one kart that is not moving. It is Luca Brima. Brima took significant damage after that. And now, well, look at this. Who'd have thought? Me saying these words. Mika van der Pavert, Huschbecken is at the moment faster than you. Kind of a take on Fernando Alonso. Felipe, Fernando is faster than you. Rob Smedley, Ferrari. But the big thing is that Huschbecken is here to prove a point to the drivers that race for him. And poor old Hoost, he's younger than me, but he's a team boss. But he's got a heck of a lot of experience underneath that hat of his, or race helmet of his. So still, who's not to say? He's only got 0.8 of a second, and he's right behind Robin Glirum and pretty much Enzo Bol. Yes, I'd love to see Hulst do the upset, but sometimes you just want to see him get the better of some individuals. Now, one of the good things, and I have to say, Martin van der Stroys, thank you for the welcome attention last night. I'm not going to say what I mean about that, but he knows, has been back on the tools on Tommy's kart. Tommy, now 17 years of age, Karting Champions League KZ2 winner from this year, and also the Chrono Karting 2025 KZ2 champion after an intense battle with Jens Trö, who I have seen from time to time in paddocks. I think also this weekend as well he's been here. So, Jens, good to have you with us once again, as always. But now things are getting closer. Top 3 covered by just under 9/10 after lap 5. Lap 6 in the books. Hulst Specken, quickest out of the top 3. Mika van der Pavert has got through on Sam van der Skylen and might want to spoil the 236's possible welcome return to a podium. So nevertheless, fastest lap of the race, however, has gone the way of Quinten van Leuven, one of the other MP So with 8 minutes and 31 seconds still to go. Anyone's guess who might win this one, but with these drivers pushing the window and the envelope. Five and a half tenths of a second, well, 0.8 of a second cover the top 4 after 7 laps. Now it's just over 0.7 of a second covering the top 4. So again, those windows. Van der Pavert again is absolutely fine. He's the quickest out of the top 4. Specken in front of him is not that far. Well, he's less than 3/100 slower. Then it's Enzo Bol. Robin Glirum is the one that seems to be the slowest out of the quartet at the minute. And he's had Specken right on his rear bumper for the last couple of laps or so. So the man from Power Kart Racing on the Birrell Art holding on to second position, but Enzo Bol looking to extend his championship lead. But I think we could have a bit of an elbows out foray here for the 3-way scrap over second position. And now the gap has started to expand because Glirum has just done a 40. Oh, well, Enzo Bol has just blitzed the timesheets and done gone. See you later, folks. Hulst Specken has just been passed by Mika van der Pavert for P3 on the road. And the thing, this is what I like when you have someone of the experience and the savoir-faire of Hulst Specken coming back to racing. I don't know when the last time he put a set of overalls on and put a skid lid on, to be truthful. However, what he has done is that he has come back and he has proved that he still has that perform. You know, the man, he keeps himself very, very fit indeed, as Hulst, even though he's on the tools and also managing a team. But now we've got Mika van der Pavert versus Robin Glirum. Enzo Bol is away by 1.1 seconds with just over 6 minutes to go. But we have just over 5 minutes and 40 seconds, and now Van der Pavert and Glerum. Van der Pavert is through. Van der Pavert is now through for second place. Now, all I can say is this. Hulsbecken has an opportunity for going for a podium. Whether he likes it or not, Hoost, I think you might have to give Robin Glerum a little bit of stick. It might happen. It might happen. But to be honest with you, it's up to him to make that decision. But Enzo Boll is starting to pull out a lead, and that lead is becoming a little bit more substantial every single lap. It's now up to 1.8 seconds and climbing. So Enzo Boll has got an opportunity just to pull a gap. And from that perspective, how big can he get that gap to go? Can it be more than, say, 2.5, 3.5, 4 seconds? It's anyone's guess. I couldn't guess. And Hulsbecken trying the crisscross through turn 5 on Robin Glerum. Nearly got the attempt completed, but on this particular occasion, not yet. But there's life in the man yet for Robin Glerum to be attacked by a certain Hulsbecken. 3 minutes and 44 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap on the timer. So still time to go on this race. Okay, so 16 of the 17 drivers who started this race are still competing. The only driver that unfortunately retired on lap number 3, Luca Brima. Enzo Boll now leads Mika van der Pavert, his SP Motorsport teammate, by just under 2 seconds. With 3 minutes to go on the timer. Hulsbecken keeping Robin Glerum very, very honest. The MP Motorsport driver is on the tail and to the left-hand side down into turn 5. Glerum defends and does not forcibly push Specken off the track. There is a lot of... Now, this is what I love about something like KZ2. Hulsbecken is a competitor. Robin Glerum is a competitor. This is the perfect battle when you want two drivers going wheel to wheel. Tommy van der Stroy is now up into P5, and Hulsbecken is finally, with 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus an additional lap to go, Hulsbecken headbutts the steering wheel as if to say, yeah, come on, right, let's go. Can he catch? That's the big question I need to ask now. Can Hulsbecken bring down a 2.2 second gap between himself and Mika van der Pavert for that battle for second position? What a story that would be here on round 4, 2026 for the United Karting Series, and of all places, Circuit Park Berghem. Well, it looks like Specken's put on the afterburners and has pulled away from Robin Glerum. This is something, if you said to Hollywood, yeah, we're going to throw a script at you, and we got an old team boss that comes back for one weekend, beats all his colleagues, these that are his drivers, and then goes and puts it on the podium. How does that sound? They'll probably tell you, nah, we don't like that. Just rip it up and, you know, shove it back in your face. Well, the funny thing is that it's been a great weekend in the KZ2 and KZ2 Master divisions, but we are heading down to the last 3 laps of the race weekend before these drivers make their return to the F-Lanting in the 3rd week of July, the 16th to the 17th, in the most western part of Germany at the Erflandring in Kaupen. And for many a year, owned and operated by the legendary Schumacher factory, not too far from the Michael Schumacher collection at the Motor World facility in Cologne. But Enzo Bol and Mika van der Pavert, it looks like they found a solution. Robin Glirum has got Tommy van der Stroys closing in with 2.2 kilometres to go. Oh, well, Robin Glirum, watch your six, because the man that took the title in KZ2 last year is on your heels for a one-off performance. And can it be a 3-4 MP Kart Racing Team finish here in the last race of the day? But Enzo Bol will very shortly bring us on to the final lap of the race. Leading by 2.2 seconds, Mika van der Pavert, and not qualifying on Saturday afternoon, yesterday, Guus Specken. A return to Chrono Karting as a driver, and he's currently running 1.3 seconds ahead of Robin Glirum, and the 236 is currently P3. But once again, for another round of the season, it is domination by the team of SP Motorsport, owned and operated by Stan Pex. Enzo Bol, out of the final corner, wins the final in round 4, ahead of teammate Mika van der Pavert and Guus Specken. Welcome back to the podium. P3 for the team boss for KZ2 for MP Kart Racing. Dusts off the overalls, gets the race helmet back on, and shows his drivers how it's done, finishing ahead of Tommy van der Stroys, last year's champion, who finishes actually behind Robin Glirum. Sam van Verskuilen, Daniel Tenbach, Kevin Stehauer, Nick Poimers and Quintin van Leuven round out the top 10. Servutas, Ryan Kivits-Bosch, Milan van Winden, Nelson Berghaus, Chantal van Andel, Kane Ince are the last of the classified runners. Luca Brima, unfortunately, retiring on lap number 4. One more race to go to conclude round 4, as it's KZ2 Masters up next. So for one more time, we go racing here at Circuit Park Berghem for round 4, United Karting Series 2026, and it is the final for KZ2 Masters. Mick Bertram starts on pole position with Sebastian Coppenol on the front row. What a weekend those two have had. Jeroen Bos and Glenn Vandenhoek, the 2025 and 2024 champions. Oh, right. We're not going to have 104 competing. That is, oh dear. William van der Kai's kart has come to a stop, so he's not going to be taking part in the race, I'm afraid. Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, well, I remember Mr. van der Kai winning in the wet in Berghem 2 years ago, and now I see him on his return, and he's retired before even the formation lap is completed. That's a real shame, but that means we are going to have 14 out of the 15 drivers starting. A real shame for William. He's a great guy, lovely individual. Yeah, there we go. At least the good thing is he had the foresight of mind to park it out of the way. So, top hole of the race suit undone, rib protector out, and race helmet off. Real shame for him, but it has been... it's been a tough... I have to say this. Jeroen Bos has not had it all his own way this weekend, because Mick Bertram and Sebastian Coppenol have really decided to go, right, Jeroen, it's our weekend this weekend. And they have definitely put on one heck of a show. I think Sebastian Coppenol and Mick Bertram have been two of the standout performers this weekend at Circuit Park Berghem. And a big thank you to our marshals, the team at the marshal posts, organisation, timekeeping, race control, scrutineering, Park for May, Tyre Bay, the circuit, everyone that's come here this weekend, over 140 drivers, all the teams, all the parents, all the families, everyone that has been watching at home. Thank you so much for joining us, because we will see you in around about 5 weeks' time in the western part of Germany at the famed Erflandring in Kerpen. I won't be in the commentary box, but Dan Pepples will return as your guide through round 5 of the season. I have to say a big thank you to also particularly Daryl Smith and Paul Clarkson for being with us here this weekend, being part of the scrutineering team. But we have one more race before we bid you farewell here from the Netherlands and take our trip for the only time over the border to Germany. Here we go. Time to look at the lights for one last time. It is revs up. It is 4 lights on, and we are racing at a good start from the outside of the front row by Sebastian Coppenol, who takes the race lead ahead of Mick Bertram. Going into turns 1 to 3. Jeroen Bos holding station in third ahead of Glenn Vandenhoek with Erik Angenent. Bas Steen, Martin Versteeg has jumped 3 places already as Angenent up the inside of Vandenhoek through into turn 5 on the opening tour. And Sebastian Coppenol has decided, right, the plan is push like crazy. And he's got a lengthy lead over the man in second position, Mick Bertram. They both have won a heat apiece. Jeroen Bos didn't qualify that great, but he has put himself still in contention for the overall win in the final. However, after the opening lap, Sebastian Coppenol nearly did a Sebastian Vettel. And what I mean by that, he nearly got out of the DRS activation zone. And unfortunately, that's no longer around in Formula 1. That's a shame. Jeroen Bos, however, trying to see if he can put the frighteners on Mick Bertram for P2 at the moment, but the 140 on the Sodi kart, not letting him by easily. But Jeroen Bos on the SP Motorsport Kart Republic chassis chasing down Mick Bertram, as now it's still 0.8 of a second. Jeroen Bos, fastest lap of the race. Niels Böhler, William Kloster, and of course William van der Kai unfortunately not able to take the start. Ricards Kaunzims is the last driver on the circuit at the moment. And now the top three starting to stride away from the rest of the opposition. Erik Angenent battling away with Glenn Vandenhoek, Formula K versus CRG. And then we've got Bas Steen, not that far behind in the 1:36 entry. But after lap 3, gap starting to come down. Berghem now with the new fastest lap of the race, and he went 3.5 tenths quicker than the man in P3, Jeroen Bos. Now 1.1 seconds back off of our race leader. However, Glenn Vandenhoek is trying to G up his CRG, and he fires it up the inside of Erik Angenent through at turn 5 to retake 4th position. Now these drivers have to start they have to start really pushing like crazy at the moment, because at the minute these they're going to be going to have to very quickly get on with the task at hand. But now things are getting a little bit close for comfort, because Jeroen Bos is closing in on the 2 in front. So Sebastian Coppenol versus Mick Bertram versus Jeroen Bos. 3-way battle for the race lead with 9 minutes and 45 seconds left to go, plus an additional lap here in the 4th round out of 7 for the United Karting Series for 2026. So Sebastian Coppenol, first heat, went from 11th to 1st. Picked up, I think it was either P2 or P3 in Heat 2, and now he leads. Mick Bertram nearly stuck his nose up the inside. Coppenol drifts wide out of turn number 4. And what can either of these 3 drivers make of it? Jeroen Bos to the outside of Mick Bertram through into turn 5, and he's through for 2nd. That is clinical and classic Jeroen Bos at that point. Well, what can you say about that move? That was poetry in motion by the defending KZ2 Masters Chrono Karting champion. And the battle for this is now seeing it's going to be mano a mano. Sebastian Coppenol, who has been absolutely on point all weekend long. Jeroen Bos takes a little sniff up the inside through at turn number 4, but Coppenol defends, goes to the inside line into turn 5. And at this point, Jeroen Bos bides and waits for his moment to strike. But Mick Bertram comes back into this, the defending champion, sandwiched between 2 challengers. And at the moment, well, Sebastian Coppenol doing a really, really good job. And at the moment, he is holding on to that race lead very, very nicely indeed. But this is a longer race, longer strategy call being employed. And so the drivers make their way through turns 1, 2, and 3 here on lap number 9. And this is going to be very... So it's going to be very, very close. And these drivers will keep us guessing. It's putting us all on tenterhooks here at Circuit Park Berghem. But a big, big thank you once again for everyone that has taken part this weekend. And, of course, those that we will see in a few weeks' time, about 5 weeks from now, at the Eflandring in Kaupen, 16th to the 17th of July, which will kickstart the second half of the season in earnest on the path to Portimao for the 13 respective Grand Finals tickets. 7 through KNAF, which includes the Micromax Open ticket for KNAF, RACB, and DMSB licensed drivers. Benno Ritter might be the first driver, well, is the driver that has ended up at the back end of the order, but still, we're halfway through this final, and no one is playing their hand yet. Oh, hang on. Jeroen Bos over the back of Sebastian Copenhagen, and the defending champion has just beached it. And Mick Bertram has gotten a bit... Oh, front Nassau panel of Sebastian Copenhagen is... it's more like he's like an air traffic... like an airplane conductor at the moment, trying to tell the plane where to go. That Nassau panel is not where it should be. Glenn van den Hoek has just gotten through for second position. And Sebastian Copenhagen might pick up. Now, if he can't get that back into position, if the brackets are broken, that might mean he gets a mechanical black flag. And that will really, really rue his race at the end of it. But Jeroen Bos went for the move to the inside, and I think it was unstoppable force versus a movable object. And Jeroen Bos went up and over. Well, that is not what I wanted to see at this point. It's been a really, really good battle up until then. And sometimes it is just part and parcel of what can happen in racing. And, yeah, Sebastian Copenhagen is going to have to let Erik Angenent go through as he... Oh, I don't think that's going to go into position. He's trying to steer the cart. Well, yeah, and mechanical black flag. Oh, game over for Sebastian Copenhagen, I'm afraid. What was such a great defensive drive at the front end of the field before that incident happened. And he is going to have to park it, I'm afraid. Sebastian Copenhagen, mechanical black flag. So that is it, game over. And he will get a black flag if he does not pay attention to it. And I think he has already, yeah, I think he's already paid heed to it and has decided, yeah, okay. The run for Sebastian Copenhagen, a podium last time out at Circuit de Lanzaard. And what could have been a potential win has just through one incident, of course, it's part and parcel of racing, folks. These things do happen. But we still have 4.5 minutes to go. And let's see, what is the gap? Oh, Glenn van den Hoek has just gone second quickest out of the entire field and has put in a 43.079. Mick Bertram's last lap was a 43.228. Okay. Now, question. No answers on a postcard needed. No DMs in Instagram or Facebook. But if you want to put it in the YouTube chat, well, ladies and gentlemen, who do you think's going to win this one? I can't call it. So, more to the point, these drivers are going to be pushing 10 tenths, but Mick Bertram in the 140 Sodi kart entry is now clear and away by the best part of probably 2.5 seconds here in the KZ2 Masters division. And what a weekend it's been here. The rain has stayed away all of today, which has been a wonderful thing. And we also had, just after the lunch break, some beautiful sunshine to boot. But, as they say, all good things must come to an end. And after what will now be 21 races, the dust will settle here at Circuit Park Berghem. We will be back here for what will be our penultimate round of the season. Round 6 out of 7. And that will take place right here in the Netherlands on the first weekend of September, the 5th to the 6th. But Mick Bertram finally has a big window of opportunity. Glenn van den Hoek might be chasing him down in the last few moments of this race weekend. But more to the point, he has tethered the storm, so to speak, in KZ2 Masters. We're now currently on lap number 18 of this race, with a minute and 20 still to go. And there is a battle a little bit further back. I'm trying to pick out who that is, but more to the point, we are getting on to the last 3 laps of the race. So, yeah, we've got a few more retirements. Rickards Kalmzeem's out. Martin Versteeg is now going to be the latest casualty. That is going to bring us down to 8 runners and riders. That is Bas Steen and Mike Hendricks, 4th and 5th respectively. But who would have thought it? Mick Bertram has not won a final this season. Jeroen Bos has won all of them, and now he gets his moment in the sun, so to speak. Timer hit 0. Oh, Glenn van den Hoek is getting closer and closer. He's a second behind Mick Bertram, as we will very shortly head on to not only the 21st and final lap of this race, but the final lap of round 4 of the 2026 United Karting Series season. And Glenn van den Hoek is closing in on the Sodi Kart 140 up front. Both of these drivers have yet to have a win, because every final so far has been won by Jeroen Bos. Last lap of the race day and of round 4 underway. Mick Bertram leads Glenn van den Hoek into turn 4 for the final time. The gap between them across the stripe was just under 0.8 of a second. Erik Angenent P3, Bas Steen, Mike Hendricks, Alexander Hommerson, Mark Verhoeven and Benno Ridder are the 8 remaining drivers, as we have had retirements from Martin Versteeg, Rickards Kalmzeems, Sebastian Koppenol, Jeroen Bos, and non-starters in the form of William van der Kaaij, Niels Beuler and William Klooster. But here it goes. 3 finals for Jeroen Bos. And finally, Mick Bertram wins round 4 in the final by 4 and a bit tenths of a second ahead of Glenn van den Hoek. Erik Angenent rounds out the top 3. Bas Steen pips Mike Hendricks for P4. Alexander Hommerson, Mark Verhoeven and Benno Ridder round out the 8 strong that will complete your field across the line. Well, that is the end of the on-track action, but I think very shortly we'll be heading downstairs to Jen Wade. A big thank you to her. A big thank you also to Camp Company GmbH for live timing, live scoring, live stream and race control. But we'll be with Jen very, very shortly indeed.
4.
You survived.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Oh, amazing. Incredible, amazing. I'm shaking. Shaking my feet, my hands. Oh. Yeah.
It's quite physical, but is this emotion that's kind of because you won? Or was it building up? Were you
Every weekend we train so much and finally we win, so yeah. Oh.
okay? I think I've got some tissues.
Yeah.
But this is fantastic.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It feels so great. It was so good. A bit lucky when they crash, but yeah, win is winner. Doesn't matter how. The winner takes all. Yeah. But it feels amazing. Thanks to the team, thanks to Joey, thanks to all the mechanics. It's crazy. It's amazing.
You're going to have a little bit of a celebration then with them.
Yeah, for sure. We have a big celebration now. Yeah. Thank you.
It was a nice race. The guys were pushing behind, but I think in the end...
At the end, so I saw him coming, so oh shit man, and I saw him watching on the screen, and so I think 2-3 left, and so I tried to keep pushing and to keep the gap big enough, so yeah, it was enough. Yeah. So yeah, it feels amazing. It's really amazing.
This is what a nice way to finish. Alex Goldschmidt, come here.
Yep.
Mickey has just about brought us to tears.
You know what, buddy? I am so happy for you. You, Sebastian, you put your own in his place this weekend a little bit, because qualifying last night, you had halfway through rain halfway through, and everyone was skating on an ice rink. But you know, you with Joey Hansen, you know, getting that Sony kart up to speed. Mate, I know that there's going to be a couple of more than a couple of beers with your name on it over the next couple of days, ready for round 5 in a few weeks at Kerpen, eh?
Yeah, it feels amazing. We're ready for Kerpen. It was so a hard race. I saw Jeroen coming and I let him go, and then they go fighting, and okay, you know, when Sebastian and Jeroen go in a fight, you know it's gonna be firework, you know, and yeah, that happened. So that was I was a bit patient to see what happened, but yeah, it works out. So it feels so amazing that we, yeah.
Well, all I can say is, I know we've got the podiums coming out. Proficiat, well done. But Jen, it's been you know what, I have to say, it's been lovely to have. I think the last time we caught up in person, Jen, was Grand Finals, Bahrain 2023. But again, the UKS, it's its first year. We're now past the halfway point of the season, for those wondering. Erflandring Kerpen, it's actually the 11th to the 12th of July. So Dan Peppels will be in the commentary box. Circuit Park Berghem, penultimate round, first weekend of September. And then just 1 week before we go to Portimao. MotoGP, sort your stuff out, because we got there first. Rotax were there first, but it's lovely. It's been lovely working alongside and catching up with you and Daryl. What's it been like from your side for a first experience of the UKS?
Well, of course, I've been here for the Dutch racing for many years, in the last 22 years. And the Dutch guys really, and the Belgian, it's a little bit like New Zealand and Australia, I have to say. There's always that ongoing rivalry, but it's really nice racing. And I think it's actually, as we said right at the beginning, it's brought back a little bit of that Benelux spirit. There was always that rivalry. They each used to visit each other's championship just to get amongst it, and it's been really nice. So we didn't get as many interviews as we like because we had a little bit of a delay, so we did get some stories behind the scenes. It's just that you didn't hear them.
I know. As you can hear, they're still scrutineering post-race. I mean, yeah, well, you know what? We might as well. Right, Glenn. Right. You know what? We'll go outside for a second, because they're still revving up engines at about 10,000 RPM. But you know what? Still, that CRG, Glenn, you're working your magic with it. It's getting better now, isn't it?
Yeah. I had fun, the final. We had a little bit. With the setup, it wasn't not great, but in the final,
You might as well, I was just going to say, man, Anthony, you might want to mind your back because we got Martin Versteeg coming through. But yeah, like you say, it's a change of machinery. You're still with Tyson Motorsport, the team that got you to the 2024 KZ2 Masters Championship. Obviously paying tribute to your grandfather who passed away earlier on that year, which was, I know, a very, very emotional moment. But still, you know what? I think, Jen, let's bring you in here. I think the Benelux fraternity is very much alive in the United Karting Series, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely, for sure. And right to the very last checkered flag.
Yeah. So, folks, thank you so much for joining myself, Alex Goldschmidt, Jen Wade. Glenn, we'll let you get off, mate. I know we've got the podiums coming up very shortly. But don't forget, round 5, the path to Portimao, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals.
13 tickets.
Yes. Everyone's got to be in it to win it, which is every driver, 2 of the DD2 Masters drivers. You know what this means? Owen Montfort and Christoph Adams are battling over the ticket in Masters.
It's going to come down to the last round, Alex, for sure.
Well, as they say.
I think I might have to be there, and I'll be watching the live stream. I know I'm in other countries in the meantime, but honestly, it's been fantastic to see them back together. Of course, in one place, we came to Berghem again. We're going to come back.
Yes.
We're going to go to Genk, and we're going to go to Kerpen. Now, anyone that hasn't been to Kerpen, which will be quite a few people, make sure you're watching because it's a really bit of an old school track, but really fast, and it's going to be fun. And it's going to mix it up a bit because maybe not everybody knows that track.
Yeah. Exactly. Head to chrono.nl to register. Don't forget, 11th to the 12th of July, we take our trip to Nordrhein-Westfalen, just outside of Cologne and Dusseldorf, and not too far from the Michael Schumacher collection at the Motor World facility for round 5. And so from myself and from Jen and from everyone here at Berghem, tot snel op de baan. We'll see you next time. Good night.